Good morning and welcome everybody to the Practical e-Governance workshop. For the welcoming words, I'm very happy to invite here to our virtual stage Mr. Yacine El Mahdi Walid.
Thank you very much. السيد الأمين العام للاتحاد من أجل المتوسط، سيدات وسادة الحضور كل باسمه وبمقامه، السلام عليكم. أود في البداية أن أشكر الاتحاد من أجل المتوسط وعلى رأسه السيد الأمين العام وكذلك المؤسسة الألمانية للتعاون الدولي والمجمع الإستوني لتكنولوجيا الاتصال على هذا الملتقى الافتراضي. مسألة الإدارة الإلكترونية أصبحت في الجزائر وكذلك في الكثير من البلدان اليوم موضوع اهتمام كبير، خاصة مع انتشار جائحة الكورونا كوفيد 19 والذي وضع الكثير من الدول أمام الأمر الواقع، رغم أن اليوم لم تعد أمرا اختياريا بل أصبحت ضرورة مطلقة، رغم أنها هي الطريق الأكثر نجاعة لمحاربة البيروقراطية ولإضفاء الشفافية في المعاملات الإدارية. ولذلك فقد أصبحت اليوم رقمنة الإدارة من أولويات الحكومة الجزائرية، ولقد سجلنا ارتفاعا كثيرا في عدد القطاعات والإدارات التي تعتمد على منصات إلكترونية للحصول على الوثائق الإدارية، منها قطاع التجارة والعدالة والداخلية وغيرها. هذا المرور السريع وفي بعض الأحيان المتسارع نحو الرقمنة يضعنا أمام تحديات كثيرة، منها المتعلقة بالأمن المعلوماتي، منها المتعلقة بالخصوصية وكذلك بتخزين البيانات. ولعل لقاء كهذا سيمكننا من الاستفادة من الخبرات في مجال الرقمنة، وسيمكن القطاعات الوزارية وغيرها الحاضرة معنا اليوم من تصور أوضح لمستقبل الإدارة الإلكترونية. لن أخذ وقت أكثر من هذا، أشكركم على كرم الإصغاء والسلام عليكم.
Thank you, Your Excellency. Now I have an honor to invite to our virtual stage for the welcoming words Mr. Nasser Kamel.
معالي السيد الوزير، السيدات والسادة المشاركين، يطيب لي في البداية أن أعرب عن سعادتي بالمشاركة في الجلسة الافتتاحية لورشة عمل الاتحاد من أجل المتوسط حول الحوكمة الرقمية التي تنطلق اليوم على مدار يومين بفضل تعاون ثلاثي بين الأمانة العامة للاتحاد من أجل المتوسط والوكالة الألمانية للتعاون الدولي من جهة، والجانب الإستوني ممثلا في مجمع تكنولوجيا المعلومات والاتصال من جهة أخرى، من أجل تنظيم هذه الورشة لصالح الجزائر. وفي هذا المقام لا يفوتني إلا أن أشكر الجميع على مجهودهم المبذول من أجل تجسيد هذه المبادرة. تندرج هذه المبادرة في إطار تعزيز أواصر التعاون بين الأمانة العامة للاتحاد من أجل المتوسط ودولة الجزائر الشقيقة بصفتها بلدا هاما وعضوا فاعلا في المنظمة، حيث تشكل هذه الورشة نشاطا ملموسا من شأنه السماح بتبادل الخبرات والمعارف فيما يتعلق بمجال حيوي إلا وهو التحول الرقمي، عملا بتوصيات ندوة الاتحاد من أجل المتوسط المنعقدة بالعاصمة الإستونية تالين في 30 سبتمبر عام 2019 تحت عنوان التحول الرقمي والمهارات الرقمية من أجل المستقبل. عمليا تهدف هذه الورشة إلى تقاسم التجربة الإستونية ذات الصيت العالمي مع الجانب الجزائري، وهو ما يتماهى مع عزم الحكومة الجزائرية على رفع تحدي التحول الرقمي بما يستجيب لمتطلبات التنمية الاقتصادية المنشودة. سيتم التطرق خلال هذه الورشة إلى عدة مسائل ذات صلة. نذكر على سبيل المثال ولا الحصر مقتضيات التحول الرقمي بما فيها المنظومة القانونية والمؤسساتية، الهوية الرقمية، التشغيل البيئي ما يعرف باللغة الإنجليزية interoperability، وكذا أمن تبادل البيانات والمعلومات، المهارات الرقمية، وكذا نماذج عن الخدمات العمومية الرقمية وغيرها من المسائل الهامة. كما هو معلوم للكافة، تسمح الحلول الرقمية بتحسين جودة الخدمات العمومية المقدمة لصالح المواطنين من خلال تقريب الإدارة من المواطن وتبسيط الخدمات الإدارية والقضاء على آفة البيروقراطية، وكذا العمل لصالح القطاع الخاص، وهو الذي يشكل أحد المحركات الرئيسية للتنمية الاقتصادية وخلق مناصب الشغل عن طريق تحسين بيئة الأعمال وجعلها أكثر جاذبية. ومن جهته يستطيع قطاع الأعمال الذي هو حاضر معنا اليوم أن ينمي ويطور أعماله بالاستفادة من الثورة الرقمية، سواء على صعيد النفاذ على نطاق أوسع إلى الموارد بما في ذلك بالطبع الموارد البشرية ذات الكفاءة العالية، أو على صعيد تأمين عملاء وأسواق جدد للمنتجات المعروفة. إن الأزمة متعددة الأبعاد التي يعيشها العالم اليوم والتي ألقت بظلالها على جميع مناحي الحياة وأثرت سلباً على الاقتصاد العالمي قد أكدت على الأهمية البالغة التي يكتسبها التحول الرقمي، ليس فقط كوسيلة لضمان استمرارية الخدمات العمومية والنشاط الاقتصادي بما في ذلك خلال الفترات التي تشهد اضطرابات كالوباء الذي نعيشه اليوم، بل كذلك كحتمية من أجل تحقيق أهداف التنمية المستدامة والعادلة على المدى المتوسط والبعيد. بعبارة أخرى، ينبغي أن نستغل الفرصة التي تتيحها الأزمة الراهنة بغية إصلاح النموذج الاقتصادي الحالي الذي أثبت أنه محدود، وكذلك لسد الفجوة التنموية بين دول الشمال والجنوب. سادة وسيدات، لا يتأتى ذلك ما نسعى لتحقيقه إلا من خلال توطيد أواصر التعاون بين دول المنطقة من خلال تبادل الخبرات والأفكار وكذا أفضل الممارسات، وهو الأمر الذي نعكف عليه في الاتحاد من أجل المتوسط ونعمل على ترقيته باعتباره منصة حوار إقليمي فريدة من نوعها تجمع كافة الفاعلين لنتدارس المواضيع ذات الاهتمام المشترك سعياً للعمل بشكل جماعي للتعاطي الأمثل مع تحدياتنا المشتركة، وعلى رأسها التنمية الاقتصادية والتشغيل والتغير المناخي وكذا تعزيز دور المرأة في مجتمعاتنا. ونهاية، اسمحوا لي أن أعرب عن ثقتي بأن هذه الورشة ستكلل بالنجاح وستعود بالفائدة على جميع المشاركين، وستكون أولى في سلسلة من ندوات على هذا النمط في المستقبل القريب إن شاء الله. وشكرا جزيلا.
Thank you. And now let's have welcoming words from the representative of Ministry of Digitalization and Statistics, Mr. Derar Hassin.
Bonjour tout le monde, Monsieur le ministre chargé de l'économie de la connaissance des startups, Monsieur le secrétaire général pour l'Union de la Méditerranée, Monsieur le responsable du projet GIZ, Monsieur le responsable du projet ou du cluster estonien sur les TIC, Mesdames et Messieurs les participants, permettez-moi au nom de Monsieur le ministre de la numérisation et des statistiques à remercier donc les organisateurs de l'effort qui a été consenti pour la tenue de cet important événement que nous espérons sortira avec des recommandations permettant de jeter les socles et les bases pour le développement de la e-gouvernance en Algérie, dont les pouvoirs publics accordent une très grande importance notamment dans ses aspects relatifs au rapprochement de l'administration du citoyen et l'amélioration du service public. En effet, comme vous le savez, le numérique occupe aujourd'hui une place stratégique dans le monde. Il touche la majorité des secteurs, notamment ceux de la gouvernance. Et c'est dans ce contexte précis que les plus hautes autorités de l'État algérien accordent désormais une importance particulière pour la numérisation des institutions étatiques qui s'est traduite par la création d'un département ministériel en charge de la numérisation, en perspective de l'amélioration des services de l'État destinés aux citoyens tout en assurant une meilleure efficacité dans le développement de l'économie nationale. Les thématiques qui feront l'objet de discussions et de débats lors de cette manifestation constituent les bases fondamentales du développement de la e-gouvernance, notamment le cadre juridique qui permettra d'asseoir un environnement favorable pour la promotion de la numérisation de l'administration, renforcée bien évidemment par des mesures relatives à la protection des données et la vie privée en prenant compte et selon les standards internationaux. Un aspect également très important qui a été inscrit dans les travaux de ces ateliers, celui de la compétence dans le domaine du numérique, véritable facteur pour une transition réussite vers le e-gouvernement. Enfin, en matière d'infrastructure, d'interopérabilité des systèmes, il s'avère plus qu'indispensable de préparer une stratégie nationale de stockage des données basée sur les principes de sécurité et l'intégrité des informations. En guise de conclusion, au nom de Monsieur le ministre de la Numérisation et des Statistiques, nous souhaitons plein réussite aux travaux de ces ateliers et un échange et ainsi un débat fructueux pour sortir de recommandations à même de développer cette importante thématique. Merci de votre attention et bon courage.
Thank you. And now I'm extremely happy to welcome here our first guest in real life on the stage. And Mrs. Nele Leosk, please.
Good morning, Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, dear colleagues and friends. It is my utmost pleasure to welcome you to Estonia, even if only virtually, and continue some of the discussions around digital transformation that have already begun between our two countries. Last year clearly showed us how important it is to have in place a secure, well-functioning digital world that people are used to and where they feel comfortable talking to each other, but also communicating with private sector as well as the government. Last year also showed us how similar we are, despite our seemingly differences. We all were stuck at home, but we had to continue our work. Our kids were also home with us, but they needed to continue education. We still needed healthcare services and so forth. Our solutions to these similar problems around the world have also been quite similar. During these 2 days, my colleagues will show you some of what helped Estonia to cope with this crisis and to continue our everyday life very swiftly and smoothly. You will hear about the journey of our digitalization and hear and also see some of our main digital solutions and tools. I wish you all great 2 days, and I am looking forward very much to welcoming you in Estonia in person, hopefully time permitting soon. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Nele. And now I'm extremely happy to welcome to the virtual stage the representative of GCIZ, thanks to whom we have this today's workshop, and who have been the initiator of this idea. So thank you, and please, Mr. Johannes Lappella.
Merci beaucoup et bonjour à tout le monde. Tout d'abord, je voudrais dire que l'Agence de coopération internationale allemande pour le développement, GIZ, est très fière de soutenir l'Union pour la Méditerranée dans l'organisation de cet événement. Comme l'a dit le secrétaire général Nasser Kamel, cet événement est le résultat d'une conférence de l'UPM en Estonie en 2019 sur la transformation numérique et les compétences numériques pour l'avenir. Et cet événement avait eu lieu en Estonie parce que l'Estonie possède l'une des sociétés numériques les plus avancées au monde. Après cet événement, en 2019, nous avons immédiatement pensé qu'il serait important que l'Estonie partage son expérience et ses pratiques dans d'autres États membres de l'UPM. Bien sûr, à l'époque, en 2019, nous ne savions pas que nous allions bientôt connaître une pandémie mondiale. Et entre-temps, la pandémie a accru l'envie de passer au numérique. C'est-à-dire qu'encore plus qu'avant, nous nous rendons compte de l'importance des solutions et services numériques parce que les solutions et services numériques ne permettent pas seulement aux étudiants d'apprendre de chez eux, ils améliorent également l'environnement des affaires, par exemple pour la gestion fiscale ou les inscriptions d'entreprise. Ils soutiennent les entrepreneurs qui veulent réussir avec leurs idées et les solutions et services numériques créent des emplois. C'est pourquoi nous sommes très heureux d'avoir pu obtenir le soutien du ICT Cluster en Estonie pour cet atelier et nous sommes également très reconnaissants de l'engagement de l'Algérie dans cet atelier. Tout ça témoigne la volonté de toutes les parties impliquées de stimuler l'économie locale grâce à une gouvernance transparente. Et en fait, cela peut être un exemple de transformation numérique dans la région méditerranéenne. Dans cet esprit, je vous souhaite un atelier très intéressant et fructueux. Merci beaucoup et je passe le mot à Madame Polt.
Dear Excellencies and dear partners, thank you for you all for the kind and welcoming words. Dear participants, on the behalf of Estonian ICT Cluster, I'm very happy to welcome you all here in this virtual e-governance workshop. My name is Doris Põld. I'm the CEO of Estonian ICT Cluster, and I will be your today's moderator and guide through this 2 days workshop. Of course, we all very much wanted, together with our experts, to visit you in Algeria and have more deep discussions regarding the e-governance and all those issues. But as the situation is as it is right now, we try to make and take the best out of it virtually. And hopefully, with your help, you will have 2 days very interesting and also exciting for you, and you will be involved as much as possible as it is through these digital means. Because these current circumstances, I think, in the COVID-19 situation have showed us more clearly than ever how important are the digital transformation, how important are all the digital solutions, how these things can ensure and build up the secure digital solutions, what are working and are sustainable, turning any crisis. We are in Estonia firm believers of digital transformation, and we are happy to share our experiences to boost the digitalization process in other organizations among our friends. Hopefully, you will have very useful 2 days. Before we start the program, let me share some practical information with you in order to be sure that you can be actively involved in the workshop and you can take out the best for you from it. Firstly, interpretation is available, so please look the button interpretation under the Zoom and choose this preferable language for you. Then I have one question for you, please, that when you're asking the question in the Zoom chat box, what should appear in the right side on the screen for you, then please ask in the Zoom chat questions only in English. I'm not so fast in translating them, and it would be hard for me to ask the questions from the presenter. This is one possibility how you can be involved. You can ask questions in Zoom chat, and I'm suggesting you to open the Zoom chat anytime. And that is because there you can see also some kind of messages what we as organizer can give you there. The other thing is that you have always possibility to ask questions on live. And then the questions can be also in French. No problem, we translate them. So if you want to have questions on live, then please click on the reaction button and then choose the raise hand function. Then we see that you want to have a question, ask a questions, and I will give you a word when the time is right. When you're asking the questions, then please, if it's possible, turn on your video. It's always nicer to speak when you see with whom you are speaking. And the other thing is that on that moment, when we ask you to speak, you see also that the unmute button coming to your screen, please. You are all the time muted by default. When you want to speak, then you have to say it to us, and then we can unmute you. Then one more little reminder that all the participants who are with us those 2 days will get also the certificate of attendance, what we will send you after the workshop. So please stay tuned, be actively involved, take out the best for you. But now, let's start with the program. In our first session, we will speak more about the e-governance key principles and the main enablers. And firstly, I'm glad to invite to the stage our experts from Tallinn Technical University, Richard Reling and Teona Gelashvili. They will guide you through the first steps towards the information society. So please.
Thank you.
Welcome.
Hello, my name is Richard Dreiling, and I am a junior researcher and PhD candidate at Tallinn University of Technology, otherwise known as TalTech. Today, we're going to be discussing digital transformation and national strategies and kind of an intro to e-governance as a practice. So one thing that I like to underline is that digital transformation is different in every case, all right? So it's important whether you're a company or whether you're a government body to have a holistic evaluation to start your process. You really need to look at where your strengths lie, your weaknesses, opportunities and threats. You can do a SWOT analysis if that's what you'd like to do. There's a lot of different ways to do this, but you really have to evaluate and be honest where your strengths and weaknesses lie, right? What's your technical ability? What are your in-house, what's the word I'm looking for? I'm losing my train of thought, I apologize. So the important ingredients, if you're gonna have a digital transformation, you need to have the people who can implement that strategy. So if you don't have coders in-house or you don't have like artificial intelligence engineers, right, then you wouldn't want to have an artificial intelligence program be the lead part of your national strategy. In Estonia, they have this thing called CRAT AI, which is an initiative that's going to be delivering government services to people through a virtual assistant and chat box human-computer interaction tool. If you don't have that type of technical specialties, you won't make that in your plan. You need to ensure that you take a realistic look at silos. Silos in your organizations and silos in your government overall. When we say silos, you're talking about, typically it would be someone who's reporting to a particular ministry, right? So in the business world, you see this in IT a lot. You would have a network team a compute team, and maybe a virtualization team. So if you have a coder who then wants to create an environment in which they can create some sort of product, right? They would have to talk to all three of those teams, and they don't necessarily always want to work together, right? So in government, it's going to be a different situation. You're not going to be looking specifically at teams, but you may have one ministry that in order to complete a digital transformation needs to work with another ministry. So when you're making your strategies and your plans, you really need to look at where this is a socio-technical problem, right? It includes not only the technology part, but it includes humans. So when you're making your strategy, you need to be looking at not only inside of the government, how people are going to accept this, right? You need to look at all of the different processes and then look at your people inside of the government, inside of your citizenry. So if you're going to transform your government, you want to make sure that someone's going to use what you're transforming to. If you have a bunch of people who don't want to, let's say you're going to do an internet voting system. If nobody trusts that that's a good plan, then no one's going to use it, and then there's no purpose in even putting it together. Where the ICT sector can really help here is if you have a strong, robust ICT infrastructure, they can help initiate plans for each sector that will guarantee use, right? So the example would be the ID cards in Estonia. When they first pushed them out, they had to make sure that there were reasons for people to use them. How they did this, they talked to their ICT sector, and then they also talked to their financial sector. And by getting the banks on board, people realized, oh, this is a smart, secure way to sign into my bank account. And now they have not just the ID card authentication method, but they have smart ID, mobile ID, some really kind of unique and novel ways to ensure that you have very authenticated and secure means of getting your government work done, but also to sign into your bank, which is different than, I'm from the United States, and where we are, you sign on with just a regular username and password to your bank account. In Estonia, I feel much more secure because whenever I sign on to my bank account, I have a smart ID that has part of the authentication key is in my phone and part is in the cloud. And that enables this secure transaction that you don't have in other places. And they were able to enable this because they had their ICT sector working with their government ministries, working with the financial sector. So what you do is you want to kind of look at each sector and get a plan. So if your national strategy is kind of this overarching overall strategy, then you have your sector plans would be a holistic plan for each sector. So one example you could say would be like taxes. Again, in Estonia, it's really easy to do your taxes. If you're on the slow side, it would be 5 minutes. So you want to have a look at what your capabilities currently are in whichever sector, the amount of technical expertise, not only among your technology people, but also when it comes to your user base inside of those sectors. So are the government employees of that ministry going to use the technology tools that will be available to them? And by looking at each sector in a holistic way and trying to figure out an end state for that sector, you can come to very interesting plans. So when Estonia made its national strategy, they looked and said, we think taxes should be easy to do. And so they had specifically that plan, and it's worked out. So you want to be able to, by evaluating where you are beforehand and avoiding silos, you can then get your sectors to work together and transform everything, not at the same time, but get them started on the correct path. Now, we're going to talk about legislation, and specifically, they call this the legal framework for e-governance. And the question is, it's to write or not to write? That is the question. Unfortunately, I'm going to give you the engineer's answer here, which, I mean, it's the most truthful answer, is it depends. You have to, again, evaluate your laws, right? So before you set your national strategy, you should know what types of things would be allowed in a digital format in your legal structure and what would not. One example would be you don't always have to write new legislation to enable e-governance. Sometimes you just have to modify or just write small addendums to your legislation. So, for example, one that comes to mind is digital signature. With digital signature, sometimes all you need in the legal framework is something that says a digital signature is equivalent to a hand paper signature. Or if something needs to be double signed, then what does that look like? And the only way that you can really decide where to go with this is to look at your laws and decide your best way to proceed. Because really, like I said earlier, nothing's a monolith when it comes to these things. Like each digital transformation case has to be specifically adapted to the situation in the country that it's being implemented. So it's important to take a look at your legislation. Don't just start writing and passing laws, because sometimes new laws can actually work to hinder rather than help the entire process. Next steps. ICT investment. As we spoke earlier, if you have a robust ICT sector within your country, it can really help the digital transformation process. The reason why is, like, let's say you're going to buy just any piece of technology, whether it's software, hardware. I used to actually work as a sales engineer for a long time in Silicon Valley. And what we said is there's always someone who's willing to sell you a box, right? There's always going to be someone who's willing to sell your country technology. And the really important part is that you have the skill sets available inside of whether it's the government or your ICT sector to be able to implement these things, right? That is the most important thing, is if you you can buy a bunch of servers and you can buy storage and just put that on a rack somewhere, but if you don't have someone who knows how to cable it up, configure it, and make sure that you're going to be actually getting what you pay for out of these things, then it's a useless exercise. And it's important then to ensure that you have an adequate ICT infrastructure inside of your country to be able to really bring this stuff into practice. I recommend, so after you make your national strategy and you say, here is our as is, you look at your business processes, how you manage business across the entire government, and how citizens consume this. You want to have kind of like a maturity model. So there's plenty of, if you look online, you can find e-governance maturity models. One example is if you look at Estonia, the case of Estonia, they have services that you don't actually have to go and ask for, like registering your child, these types of things. There's time of life, proactive services, and that's something that, America is definitely behind on. But these are things that it really depends on your citizenry, right? Like the trust in the government, these things. But you can make maturity models based on your example, on your look at your country, the things that you guys want to accomplish. And then from there, you say, okay, you make a timeline, And you say step 1 would be this maturity level, step 2 would be here, step 3 would be, I don't know, proactive services. It's really however you would like to manage it. But it's important to have, like, you'll hear, I don't know, consultants always like to talk about KPIs, which are key performance indicators. And I would encourage that anyone who's considering doing a digital transformation in their organization or in their government really considers, rather than having KPIs for KPI's sake, look at providing value to the citizen, right? This is where leadership comes in. One of the most important things that you can have in this process is political will, yes, but solid leadership. In Canada, they wanted to do a digital transformation across the government, and they made sure to include in their working group not the CIOs of the different government ministries, because they thought that those CIOs were kind of happy with the status quo. So what they did was they grabbed people who were director level and below from across all of these different government agencies. And by doing this, by including all of these other people, we're able to step across that silo problem, but also provide good leadership inside, like from you call it leading from the front, but also like they didn't have to be CIOs to be able to lead this process. They were able to lead just as regular people. So when you're thinking about KPIs, make sure to consider that your main goal is value to the citizen rather than, so value to the citizen, try to step outside of silos, have good leadership. These are good things to have inside of your strategy. Evaluate yourself on the things that you're actually giving to the citizen. And look at processes, not just technology steps. And I believe that is my time. I will now introduce Teona Gelashvili, one of my colleagues at Taltech, and she will continue to discuss. Thank you very much. There you go.
Thank you very much, Richard, and hello, everyone. It is a pleasure to be here today. And I'd like to start my section with a quote, that a giant leap starts from small steps. And today we will be discussing that how to get to this giant leap, that is a transformation and achieving this digital society. And I'd like to talk about two very important steps that we all want to make. The first part will be about how to ensure the political will is in place. And later on, I'll also talk what are the role of the public-private partnerships. But first, before we start to talk how to ensure political will, let's first define what is a political will. Well, political will is rather difficult to define because of the components it consists of. And what are those components? Those components are the fact that political will consists and involves the intention and motivation. So both of these phenomena are rather intangible. Therefore, very difficult to measure, which makes it extremely vulnerable to misinterpretation and maybe even manipulation. Another very important part comes here that political will is also discussed to be at two different levels, the individual level and then comes the collective level. When it comes to individual, one might define that political will could be reflected based on personal values, but when it comes to collective mindset, then comes this challenge to identify what exactly it could lead us to. And last but not least here is that even though political will might be expressed either in written or the spoken form, once it manifests is once there is an action. So having activity is crucial here. Now that we more or less understand what the political will is, let's try to discuss few important components that will affect it. The first one is the change management and the role of the leadership. But what do we mean by that? I'll give you an example. e-government transformation itself is not only about the technology and just simply transforming the services we have on the paper into computer. It is greatly about the people. So government, to discuss it further, is by people, for the people, just like the motto of Algeria, right? So what we want to make sure here is that the people who work in the organizations are really motivated. Because you will have people who are excited to have better services, and maybe even some people want to see more data. You might also have people who are simply maybe just bored from this endless paperwork. So you might also face the fact when not everybody is very excited about the implementation of e-governance, because maybe they are close to retirement age, or maybe sometimes they might be involved in some maybe corruption schemes. Some people simply are not interested enough. Here comes the importance of the change management, because you have to make sure that you gather all this energy that is among those people serving at different levels of the governmental institution and help them to re-engineer already existing services. And as already Richard discussed, the role of the leadership is crucial, because committed leaders, even if there is a lack of resources, they can still make the things happen. Another component that I would also like to discuss here today is that how to raise the awareness. Because awareness is vital when it comes to transformation. What you want to make sure is that people and the different organizations, they are well aware of what are the opportunities that will be brought by the governance. Because in the end, these are people who will be using your services, e-services. So if they are not really willing to use them, then why would we invest in the first place, right? So here comes also another challenge, that is how to make sure that the context of the country is in place. Because you will face economical, political, even religious and security issues. So having this mindset that will try to figure out which components are will help you to guide through this awareness increasing process. Another equally important factor is to emphasize those quick victories that will come along. Because creating these long, extensive political agendas will be long and might get complicated at some times. So here it is important to make sure that you equally encourage people and emphasize those quick victories that will be achieved time by time. And last but not least is the inclusion of the stakeholders, because once it comes to having e-government transformation happening, you want to make sure that these are not only governmental institutions, but also academia, NGOs, private sector, equally involved in the process. And as I already mentioned in the beginning, when it comes to political will, you just don't want to have these speeches and involvement happening, but you have to make sure that everything is ensured with the appropriate document. You might have different agendas addressing several parts of the years that you want these achievements to happen. So making sure that there is a document in place will help you a lot throughout the process. And now let's also discuss a bit of what is the role of the public-private partnership when it comes to implementation of e-governance. But again, here as well, let's briefly talk what is a public-private partnership. In simple terms, these are the contracts between private sector entities and the governmental body who called for the private partner to deliver particular service. In this case, it could be different services the private partner is able to provide. But here, the role of the government is rather eased because they don't really have to worry much about the financial or administrative burden. But at the same time, they still keep the ties and a very important role when it comes to monitoring and regulating the activities and the performance of the private partner. As we already mentioned, the transformation and the implementation of e-governance is a rather complex process, so it addresses each and every part of the governmental institutions. So you might have this process when you have to update the technology, and you have to have the certain skill set. But sometimes these are not only cost requiring and quite costly, but it also might require certain skill set that might not be able to be provided at the levels of the government institutions. So here comes the importance of those private partners who will make and help you to improve your efficiency and enhance transparency and competitiveness, because those different private sector partners will be able to participate. Also will help you to better manage your risks, but at the same time, even though these benefits can be achieved, we have to understand how to successfully manage the process. A very important part, again, here comes to understand what are the principles of the open government partnerships, to understand that you always have to put the people first. And you have to understand what are the needs of preparing this certain e-service. Also, you have to understand whether you have ensured the legal framework and the regulations ready there for you. And last but not least is that the process should be extremely transparent, so that you have every partner has opportunity to participate in it. But again, the process of the implementation of e-governance is rather complex, but eventually it will make it work and make it happen. Thank you very much for your attention, and if you will have any questions, we will be happy to reply.
Thank you so much, Richard and Deona. I think it was a very good introduction to all this topic, but we will have it through the 2 days. I have some questions from the Zoom chat, so what I would like to ask from you, and hopefully during that time you can also ask more questions if you have. But the first question is that what kind of structure or organization have led the digitalization in Estonia?
You want me to take this one? Okay. So Estonia is a unique case. It's my understanding that it was kind of a holistic initiative by the entire government at the time. This is from the beginning. It was in the... this is my understanding of it, because I just studied it. I'm sure some of you guys lived it. But basically, it was after the fall of the Soviet Union, Estonia was kind of looking for its path forward and how to kind of make its mark on the world in a good way. So they kind of had discussed with Finland and decided that they would move forward in this kind of digital manner because basically, in order to run the government well, they would have to employ all of Estonia for like 3 different jobs. Because there's like 1.3 million people here, I believe. So they were just like, we just don't have enough people. So they decided to run this digitally as kind of out of necessity, I would say. So it was a holistic move by the entire government, driven from the top all the way through.
I think you did a very, very right interpretation from all this topic. That in some points, when I can comment that let's say that the lack of money and the lack of data can be also in that moment as lucky situation, because we had to find out different solutions how to solve this problem, and that where the approach came. That you have to do things digitally and you have to do in different ways, and you can't. You didn't have also maybe the luxury to invite some big companies to do things. You had to use the people who you had on your own. So that was like a little bit this kind of collaboration and inventing the new things. And I think it's very much connected with what you mentioned also, Deona, this public-private partnership. That it was the collaboration between public sector and private sector companies, all them together worked out the best solutions. And so
I really like how, you guys do that here.
So the other question is that is it possible to measure the impact of e-governance on maybe on employees' turnover, for example, or is it possible to measure? Give some kind of numbers.
You want to take
I could. Okay. Yeah, for example, one of the very important parts here comes, for example, to make sure that the government or government institutions are more or less on the same level. So what Estonia did, for example, was that to start implementing this paperless management at a very early stage. So how to measure whether it was successful or not is already later on understanding of how was the process done, how much easier it was for the citizens to, for example, apply for certain services and do it digitally. So then you have the different rankings and you can understand, for example, what are the number of applications received online and what are the number of the applications received on the paper. So over time, what has been the case in Estonia is that it has been changed a lot. So now what is happening is that most of the services you have online, people would not even consider to apply for certain services on the paper. So it could, I guess, considered to be one of the measures from the government's perspective.
And I mean, if you're talking specifically about employee turnover, I mean, the best way to measure that would be to look at your turnover rates prior to your digital transformation and then compare them at like periodically throughout. You're not going to have like a 1 or 0 answer, but you know, if it makes employees' lives easier and they feel like they're also helping the citizen, then you should get, I mean, my hypothesis would be, right, because I'm a researcher, my hypothesis would be that your turnover would lessen. But a lot of that isn't just necessarily about e-governance or digital transformation. That has to do a lot with, you know, your company culture, your government culture, whatever the organization's culture is. And there was a Harvard, I believe it was Harvard Business Review article that said people don't leave jobs, they leave bosses. So that's something to consider as well. Like if there's a really bad boss in a particular department, then your digital transformation might not help that.
I think actually this is a very good question, and I definitely will ask it through the day also from the other speakers.
I'd like to see the answer.
How to measure it, and is there possible to bring any concrete numbers? Because yes, we speak about that, let's say that thanks to the digital signature, for example, we are sparing like a 1 week through the year, every person or this kind of thing. But yes, of course, it's hard to measure, but I think what we learned during this COVID situation mainly is that the main thing what it gives actually is sustainability. Mm-hmm. It's crisis proof. Everything goes on. All the services are still going on. It doesn't matter like.
And that's, I think, a tribute to how when Estonia designed a lot of these things, they didn't just, because for us, in my home country, we're kind of behind the times. So believe it or not. And one of the things that I think is most striking, because I've had to fill out some paperwork during this pandemic and get it because I had a birth of a child. One of the most interesting things is the Estonian processes, even when we had to go in person, were easy because it wasn't just like you look at the analog and then make it digital, but in the States, I'm still having to print out a document, sign it, send it back. Whereas here, it's just go to a portal, type in a digital signature. It's the easiest thing in the world. And it's because you didn't just copy and paste the digital or the analog to the digital that it really helps.
Yeah. We have one question from the Zoom audio. So Kahem wants to ask the question or comment the topic. So please, you will be unmuted. Please turn on your microphone. If possible, also turn on your video. If not, then you are welcome to ask the question now. So hopefully, Kikahem, you raised a hand. Do you want to comment the topic or ask questions? Then you should see the button unmute in your screen. You're welcome to use it. Please speak up. We see that you are unmuted. So, I think we don't get the connection right now. If it's possible, then we can try again. Okay. But we have still questions from chat, then people, you can still be involved also through the Zoom and raise the hand. And the one question what we have here also is that which framework or standard are we using in Estonia to evaluate the digital maturity?
Oh, geez. That's a fairly academic question. You've had to deal with those too, right?
Yeah.
Do you want to maybe take this one?
Yes. For example, yeah, again, as I already mentioned, one of the very important parts is here to bring the governmental institutions on more or less the same level. So we have been actually recently working on the paper where we are trying to offer this maturity model that is based on different other models and to more or less understand where are we standing right now and where we can go. So the model usually consists of different stages. And what you want to understand here is that on the first level, what is, for example, the level of awareness among people about e-governance? Whether you have ID card, whether you have the state portal, you have all of the services. But on the first level, usually it's not happening. But there is some model of inception of e-governance. But on the second level, you start to have the ID maybe in place, and then awareness is increasing. But to achieve the levels from third to fourth and even fifth, it is rather difficult. Even Estonia is still transitioning from third level into fourth level. So it is not exactly the name, to be honest, this is the name of the framework, but there are different variations. But what they all have in common is that those 5 stages you want to go through to achieve this higher point when you have AI involved and the decisions are made like in a blink of an eye. But yeah, it still takes a lot of work, and Estonia is in between, transitioning from the third onto the fourth. But again, it matters based on the municipalities. So in the capital, of course, it's rather high, but in the municipalities, it's still transitioning from second to third.
I think there's something like 17 or 18 different maturity models that you can look at. I would say look for e-governance or digital transformation maturity models. Don't look at I would say do not use the UN e-governance index because that weights certain things that maybe are not the clearest indicator of an actual digital society or e-governance ability. Look at the maturity models. There's a lot of them, but that can just inform you, and you can read and then pick the one that you would like to use to guide you on your journey.
Okay, thank you. I actually like the next question very much. We go very practical and speak about Algeria. How does the size of country that you said here, 1.3 million Estonia, so it's a totally different size than Algeria.
44 million, I guess.
Yes, yeah. 43, 40. So influence the e-governance strategy or building the e-governance services.
So we talked about evaluating, right? I think I said the word evaluate about 100 million times. You got to really evaluate your situation. Now, it can help and it can also hurt. It can help because you have more people. You have more people to help you along the way. You have people you can train, employees. It's not a situation like Estonia where if they modeled their government on Finland, then everyone would be employed and have 3 jobs for the government. At the same time, you have issues with technical scalability, and that these days can be solved. That's the good thing. I mean, when I started doing sales engineering, in the data center, you were lucky to have servers getting like 10 gigabit per second connectivity, and now like 100 is almost standard. So you're going to have some technical scalability issues. You're going to have organizational scalability issues, but you can also turn those into strengths. It's really dependent on leadership. And I think if you have good leadership, you can handle all of these. You can look at them as opportunities instead of challenges, and then, adapt, improvise, and overcome.
Thank you. The other question also I think is very good, or I myself always like it very much, the once only principle. How the once only principle helps to build a digital governance.
Yeah, we can.
Well, yeah. I'll tell you.
Yeah. Well, here with this once and only principle comes the concept that, for example, if you're a citizen and then you want to apply for a certain service, and you put all your data in this application form and you send it to the certain agency, governmental agency. For example, you want to get a birth certificate or the driver's license. And in case of Estonia, you have this state portal where you input your data and then the different government agencies have access to it. But at the same time, they aren't overlapping. So what happens in that case is that, for example, if you provide your data once, your address or your personal code and so on and so forth, you should not be constantly asked by different agencies to maybe input exactly the same data. So it sort of helps them to communicate within themselves, and also takes out this drudgery or sort of a burden from the citizen to indicate the same stuff all the time. And what I understand is that it also saves a lot of time from the agencies to spend less time on collecting the same data that is already existing in the system and can just taken out from there.
And in combination with the secure data exchange layer, it also provides you insight into who's looking at your data. So, for example, the population registry, I have my address, right? In Tallinn, if you are a resident of Tallinn, you get free public transit. So I went on my sd.ee portal and I was looking at okay, who's looking up my data? Well, the police and border guard looked up to make sure when I submitted my residency application that I had lived where I said I did. And then I saw one that had looked up several hundred times and I was like, what is this? And it turns out that when you go and you scan on the bus, that it actually leaves a data exchange layer trace. And that's kind of a really cool thing for transparency, I think. So by having all this data that resides in different spots, it not only is convenience and saves time for the government officials and the citizens, but it also gives the citizens a view into who's been looking up their data. And I think that that's key, that transparency and that trust that they have in the Estonian government, between the government and the citizens, is just amazing, and that's important. And once only helps that.
Yeah, I totally agree with that. I like the approach that citizen owns the data and I can see who have looked my data. This approach that builds the trust between the governments and the citizens. Actually, we have regarding that similar questions. That the question is that how the reform started. Actually, that do you have to study first the existing approach and build then upon them the e-governance solutions and everything, or how the process started? We already a little bit answered to that before. But
well, I mean, so here, you guys didn't have anything to build on, is my understanding. So they developed a lot of it in-house. Luckily, you had a lot of smart people who were technically savvy and were able to put this together. But it's kind of like what I was talking about at the beginning, is that basically, this becomes like a Jack London in the forest type of issue, right? Where you take the path. Do you take the path that's been trodden, or do you take the path less trod? And the truth is, you can do either. It really depends on what your in-house skill sets are. Where, if you don't have a huge, robust ICT infrastructure, then there are places that can help you along the journey. There's going to be certain things like even X-Road, for example. The Estonian implementation is called XT, and this is secure data exchange layer. I'm sure someone's going to talk about it later, but I want to use this as an example to illustrate a point. Someone who's more knowledgeable in it than me. So Finland uses something very similar. There's actually an organization that's called NIS, the Nordic Institute for Interoperability Solutions, and they're now the software vendor of record for X-Road. You can look it up on GitHub if you want. But basically, X-Road has been implemented in the NIS version. This open source version has been implemented in, I think, 4 different countries. Mm-hmm. And each one, they have their own label on it. But there's also other implementations that have been deployed in Azerbaijan, which I believe that was UXP, which is a proprietary version that Cybernetica does. I know Roxnet has made deployments of this. So sometimes you can take an existing solution and adapt it to your situation. And there are people in the Estonian ICT cluster, for example, who can help you do that. I'm sure someone's going to talk about that later. But that's I mean, you can pick. It depends on your situation. And I don't know how else to say that.
Yeah, thank you so much. understand that, yes, our situation in that moment was different. But now when any country wants to start with the digitalization path, then it is that you have to also see the existing situation, the existing data, the existing databases, existing digital solutions maybe already, and then build upon them and see what are the, let's say, the low-hanging fruits or most critical things where to start, of course. That's the situation that our level was below the zero when we started. That's maybe the difference. I have the last question. Thank you all the participants. I see that we have lots of questions in Zoom and we don't have time to ask all of them, but I promise that some of them are very interesting. So I will ask them from our next presenters maybe. Some have asked also that could we have more concrete examples? Then that I can also promise. We go more and more concrete. In this presentation, we spoke more about, let's say, key principles and main challenges and where to start. But we go also more concrete, all with examples and all key enablers. Maybe this kind of last questions is that how long it has taken, the digitalization process, and was the population adopted all the digital technologies from the day one automatically, or how this was done?
Yeah, it again varies country by country. And in case of Estonia, it's not just ended, right? It is an ongoing process. So you are advancing year by year. But even here, it's not, for example, you bring this concept of e-governance and suddenly everybody wants to grab it in terms of citizens. It is a long teaching process. So you have to make sure, as I already mentioned, that people are aware of what the e-governance is. And I'm coming from Georgia, and in case of Georgia, it has started maybe more or less 10 years ago, and it is still an ongoing process. And when I was doing my research back in my country, what I understood is that even though that we have those agendas, people are not really aware of what are already existing services. So you cannot exactly say that people are happy with them or are not, because sometimes they don't even know these exist. So what you have to really want to do here is that you start educating, helping people understand what are the things you are going to do, why are they so good to be there in place, and then teach them how to very easily start using these very basic services and then build on top of them. But again, it is a long process. Technology keeps changing, and you cannot really say that, oh, after 20 years, done, and it's all over. No, it is definitely an ongoing phenomenon.
It helps to have a practical thing to get people to adopt it. Like the example of the banks and the ID, when Estonia introduced the EID, having it be a secure way to get into your bank was something that people could see the practical benefit right away. They did it quite a bit, and having things like that, practical things, will help you along that journey.
Thank you so much. Okay. And I can assure you that we will also have a special speaker about the digital skills and the adoption of how to ensure the adoption of the digital skills among the citizens, and with all those practical examples. This session we will have also today. But now I'm very happy to invite to the stage our next speaker, who is Mr. Raul Caidro, who is expert in digital identity. So we will speak next about digital identity as one of the key enablers of the e-governance and digital society. So please, Raul.
Hello, good morning. I took one of the key components of the digitalization, which is a unique identifier. I believe in my mind that if you don't count, if you don't number the people, it's really impossible to provide any services in terms of digitalization. Therefore, I'm just going to go through the Estonian experience and what we have done so far. As of myself, as a background, I've been one of the key players of the Estonian e-state for the past 15 years or so. I've taken care of the Estonian EID, and I'm also developing the most commonly used piece of software in Estonia. I've also tried to get out of Estonia, tried to expand the activities and share my knowledge with the rest of the world. Just for one example, one project was we had back in 2017 an issue with our Estonian EID, which I proudly managed to fix, and I'm really, really happy about it. Well, yes, most of my experience is based on the electronic identity tokens, but it doesn't really mean that the rest of the system is unknown to me. I was also part of the project where we created Estonian mobile ID, and yeah. So in terms of the electronic background, why in the first place we did that is that it's really impossible to provide state services electronically if you don't have the unique identifier for every resident of the country. The main reason being is that the human name is just no longer sufficient. I mean, there are several cases in Estonia, and I believe especially in Algeria, where there is with the identical name and possibly even the birth date is the same for different people. So therefore, there has to be some sort of a unique identifier on top of that. And when it comes down to the data sources, databases, and collecting data, it's paramount that there is some sort of a unique identifier assigned to every record so it can be tied back to that particular person. And when it comes down to identity, of course, there is really no difference if you are in a real world or you are using electronic services. I believe that identity should be the same no matter what you are and what you do. So in terms of Estonia, we actually started a little bit before regaining our independence. Estonia was kind of a brain center for the USSR. We had the most fanciest computers. We had the most skillful scientists who played around with numbers and back then rather early computers. So it kind of gave an idea that to play with numbering. Our Estonian scientists went to research mission all around the back then Soviet Union, and they ended up in Hungary, which was one of the friendly states, and they managed to see that they are using or trying to kind of use, but they are still not using it actually, but they had the idea how to. And we took that formula, took that idea, and we implemented in October '98. There was a Soviet era standard on top of it, but as soon as we regained independence, we of course made the standard for Estonia as well. So how does it really work, and what are the underlying pillars? Is that first of all, you have to have the legal framework that provides for the issuance, for the creation, for the changes and everything. So the first of all is the population registry. Everything starts with a database in terms of digitalization, and the first place to have the number is the population registry. The legal framework sets the operational principles of the population registry. And of course, there is a separate law or separate act which describes how the personal identification code is created, when it is issued, when it's changed, and what happens if there is, let's say, same number issued to several people at once, and also if there is a person without one, etc. But it only starts really make a difference when you have the data exchange. And the data exchange meaning in terms of sharing the data, first of all, between the governmental organizations and then also with the private sector. So if anybody uses my my unique identifier, the goes through the different systems having the same identifier after every record. And of course, you may say that data protection at this point is rather crucial. What we do is we don't collect the data, we don't replicate the data that has been queried from the different data sources, but we always return to the original data source. And the Data Protection Act also guides us through the principles how the data is protected and what is actually the sensitive part of it. And of course, just the laws don't really work. The legal framework provides only the basic principles, but you also need the implementation acts. Implementation acts which describe how a certain law will be then implemented, such as, let's say, if you just say by the law that there is a number to be assigned to every resident of the country, then it doesn't really work because there is nobody to actually enforce it. There is, in our case, the population registry, which holds records for every resident of Estonia. That includes also the e-residents. There is Citizenships and Migration Board, which is basically the organization who takes care of, first of all, the movement between countries. And of course, when it comes down to the issuance part, there are hospitals and maternity homes. In Estonia, a national identity code is assigned at birth. Before you get the human name, you actually get the digital name. And on top, there is the Data Protection Inspectorate, who is kind of seeing or supervising the data usage and where does the data go, who does have the access. And we have this really nice thing that that I call at least, is the justified cause. If you don't have a cause good enough to access the data, you don't get it. So when it comes down to technical details, a fun part, of course, is that in our case, the code, the national ID code, is public. So that on the screen is actually my digital name, fully public. You can do whatever you like with it. But in truth, you will not be able to get any services by using just that code. To be honest, the code includes that I am a male, which is the 3. That probably means that I was born in 20th century. 77 is the year. 1977 it means. It seems like I have a birthday rather soon, and there is a serial number on top. So when it comes compared to the rest of the world, of course, there is a privacy issue. Now the question is if I really would like them to know that I'm a male, or should I be afraid of it or embarrassed by it? Should I be afraid of how old I am? Well, of course, this is the Estonian model, but everybody does not have to follow it. But in my mind, it has to be human memorable. And it would be great if it's easy to read and as short as possible. Therefore, in different countries, of course, you know that it seems like a short code. But with this number, we are able to cover, with a population of 1.3 million, we are able to cover 40 million. And of course, in terms of machine readability, we also have the check digit on top of the number, which is the last one. But there are many ways how to do this. In terms of Estonia, as we selected the code format back in 1980s, there could have been a little bit better method because we still have some error situations in our code. So when it comes down to the security part, as I just mentioned, the first thing about the code is that it's public. well, we have several countries, just like, let's say, India has been very, very successful with their Aadhaar. But the most worrisome part for me is that if you issue some number to more than 1 billion people, and then you make it as a secret, it's really, really difficult to kind of safeguard it. There are hundreds and hundreds, maybe thousands of services who try to kind of fetch that number, try to trick the people to expose it, but it doesn't really work. By the end of the day, someone will know anyway. There was an Indian businessman who said it's secure enough and everything is fine and posted it publicly, and the next morning his bank account was empty. So the part of the security mechanism is that it's not supposed to be secret in my mind. And when it comes down to technical part, of course, there is, when the data is connected, the data sources talk to each other, it's rather easy to find the duplicate codes. There are some few cases where we have just 1 digit difference and the Czech digit is the same, but of course, this comes down to the Czech digit calculator methods. There are several already. We are using modulo 11, but there is also DAM, there is also LUN, which are really, really good and could be possibly used. But again, the code has to be simple enough to be humanly memorable. So just for example, if I end up in a situation where I need to kind of prove my identity to, let's say, a policeman, then the only thing that I really need is the number. And that number is so simple that I can provide it from my heart. The rest of the connectivity happens in the background, and the policeman is easily able to check what do I look like and what documents should I have, or do I have the right to drive that particular car. So how does it really happen is that the issuance takes place for the normal Estonian during birth. The code is issued with the medical birth certificate, which is created within the same hospital, or if this is a home delivery, it still needs a medical birth certificate. So in Estonia, you have 30 days to give the human name to your child, whatever you like it to call. But since birth, that number is already assigned to you. And we have this kind of internal security mechanism when it comes down to identifying that person, is that it's really difficult to get this kind of non-intrusive biometric information from a baby. So the connectivity is actually created on the background with a mother, instead of trying to capture the fingerprints or trying to take a photo of the newborn baby's face. So in this case, it creates the backlog of relations. Yes, there are some few cases where, let's say, there are either adoptions or surrogate mothers or whatever these are, but the connection is still made, and the connection is made then to the new parents, etc. And of course, the second use case would be through the immigration process. If there is a person trying to reside in Estonia, and if he or she tries to get the services from Estonia, even though he or she does not get the residency, but also just a working permit, then also that one has also the unique identifier assigned, and that is the part of getting the unique identifier for the kind of foreigner. And of course, we have another rather fancy program which is called e-residency. You can all apply to it and try it out yourself. That's basically a short technical solution where you can get basically the same functionality as every other Estonian through an EID. You will get also the identification number, and you basically can do all your business online throughout Estonia, and this could be one of the chances to work in Europe without actually being in Europe. So, in kind of conclusion, not yet conclusion, but I have to say that the successful implementation of digital identity, or unique identifier for that matter, is the key element of Estonian success story. If we didn't do that back in 1980s, it would not have been possible to reach to the point where we are at the moment. If you don't count the people, it's impossible to actually have a meaningful database, or databases for that matter, to connect them to each other. But the first part, the toughest question, of course, is definitions. And the definitions is one of those key elements when people are talking about different things and they don't really understand what they are talking about. I'm just trying to kind of highlight this. It's very, very important to use the same language when we are trying to kind of explain things. And when it comes down to the digital identity or the unique identifier or the national ID code, these are pretty much exactly all the same things, but I've mixed them up all during this presentation even. But it should be treated as, in case of Estonia, as a digital name on top. Just as an example, UN is trying to do the same thing through different entities, and the legal identity is their kind of description of a, be it the legal or natural person, but then again, still legal identity. When it comes down to digital identity, that, in my mind, especially in French, it says very, very nicely what it is. It's a number assigned to a person next to the name. When it comes down to electronic identity, that's a completely different part. That's already the one that is derived from the digital identity to be used in electronic environments. When it comes down to the electronic signature, that's something as, let's say, somebody draws with a finger to a smartphone's or a tablet screen. That's an electronic identity. But that what we use is the digital signature, which is a signature created by using mathematical tools and therefore is really one of the kind and non-repeatable. But that's, again, another long story. But when it comes down to the application, in terms of Estonia, it's really being used in everywhere. We are talking about, firstly, of course, the public sector. The state provides the services through using that same identifier, but we shouldn't never forget, when it comes down to digital transportation, about the private sector's importance. In terms of Estonia, I believe that the banks were actually the ones who drove the digitalization process, because the easiest motivator, of course, is money. And even just to check the account balance is one of those key elements, the key features or key functionalities which drive the rest of the process. With the state, the normal Estonian communicates only maybe once or twice per year. One is the tax declaration, and the second one would be an election, which we don't have at the moment. But tax declaration is very, very active during these days. And this same digital identity or digital name that we have is basically the foundation for electronic identity. Nothing would exist without it. And the electronic identity then would be possible to extend to digital signature, which they say is one of the killer applications out there. So, some of you may probably ask what is the key and where to start. In my mind, the first one would be the clear vision and strategy, just to describe properly where we are, where we'd like to go, and what are the methods and tools how to get there. And then one of those key elements is the underlying principles. There is this principle that in Estonia, a person can have just one identity, a very, very simple one. I mean, in physical world, you are just the one. You cannot just walk through a door and claim to be someone else. In Estonia, it doesn't work. There is also easier things such as, let's say, the data to be exchanged is only exchanged over the X-Road platform, which we are using. None of the governmental organizations are allowed to have any other data exchange solutions to be implemented. And of course, the data protection and privacy, which is really, really actual these days, and the user control over data, which basically means that the user will always have the control and ability to see where and who accessed the data. One of the fun stories behind it was there was a rather famous Formula driver called Michael Schumacher. And when we talk about it, he had a rather nasty accident. He ended up in Swiss Alps skiing and he bumped his head. It took just about 3 weeks to publish his medical record to the press. When we think about it, how that would have been possible in Estonia, then not really, to be honest, because there are also organizational kind of built-in security mechanisms. In order to treat a patient such as Michael Schumacher, first of all, a person has to go to the medical school, study for 6 years, then probably practice for another 10 years, and maybe when he or she gets the access or the ability to treat Michael Schumacher's kind of client, he or she has to authenticate herself or himself to the system, and as soon as the data is being extracted, there will be a record of it. And therefore, the person will lose everything in terms of he will never work as a doctor again. He will probably end up in jail, and it doesn't just make any sense to do that. There is no that amount of money that will be justifying that kind of sacrifice. So therefore, these kind of built-in security mechanisms, which come, of course, with the support of data protection, of course, with the user control over data, the interoperability was in there, and of course, the legal and organizational frameworks. So that kind of concludes my presentation. I hope I wasn't too fast, was I? I was too fast.
No, I think you were exactly in the right time.
Right.
I was too slow.
I'm so sorry about that.
But so we manage.
All right.
But I have the questions in Zoom, so thank you all who have already asked the questions, but you're welcome still ask the questions and also to ask them in live. But first question is that in Algeria, they already have the national identity number. It's the link to the biometric card, but it's not digital yet. Then what is the easiest and fastest method to take this digital number into use, or to start to use digital identity, as this part already have?
Well, first of all, I have to apologize that I didn't do my homework properly. I do not know the exact details about the specific implementation. But when it comes down to start using it, first of all, the question is it public and open enough to be used by everyone? That is the first part. The second part would be, of course, when it comes down to the digital part, or the electronic part for that matter, is that now when it already exists, if everybody is already using it, if every data source is connected to it, now there should be some sort of a strong electronic token to be used. I mean, after all, it doesn't really have, provide any value or benefit if it's just a number that it has been assigned to you, but if it has a token that can help you to authenticate or create digital signatures for that matter, that could be the way how to proceed. But then again, of course, a technical detail which relies strongly on the underlying principles.
Thank you. We have one comment or question from Zoom in live. So I'm very much welcome, Mr. Ali Larke. So you are welcome to ask your question. Yes, we hear you.
Merci.
Thank you very much. Thanks for giving me the floor. First of all, I want to thank all the speakers to this workshop. I introduce myself, Lakmali. I am director at the Ministry of Home Affairs. And if you allow me, so I would like to give you our insights as for our digitalization process, as for securitizing the data. So I can provide you a clear idea. This will help us to be more, to have a good orientation, good advice. In Algeria, we instituted this, we set up this ID number in 2010. This was a code which was attributed to each physical person, so we could identify each of our citizens. This number was assigned to all Algerians because Algeria also proceeded to set up this civil state register, this national register, includes all the data concerning the birth register, the marriage and death register. All the data were digitalized, and now we have a central register which is electronic. And there is an identification number of each person. We have the identification of the whole population through this civil state register. In addition, we also proceeded to the digitalization of all official documents to protect the identity of citizens. We launched the National Biometric Electronic Identity Card in 2014. And as per today, more than half of the Algerians have this biometric ID card. And the process will be disseminated to all citizens. We also have this biometric passport, also a biometric driving license, which was launched in 2018. In all, as for stats, Algeria has delivered more than 36 million titles, securized titles. And we also have the national ID, which is assigned to all citizens. We are working with all the sectors to generalize the national ID number with all the files of each and every sector of activity. So, as for the setting of this e-government, we will be able to proceed to the interaction between the different systems.
Okay.
We talked about the importance. Yes, sorry? You talked about the importance of protection of personal data. Algerian legislation gives a paramount importance to this aspect. There is a new law in our constitution which was passed last year, and data protection is a fundamental right. So as per today, our national ID system, if you allow me, this system contains the foundations, the necessary foundations for its generalization. If you allow me to ask you what could be done to accelerate the use and sharing this ID, this digital ID to all the sectors, in particular the private sector. It would be interesting to know how Estonia has federated, has articulated the different systems, the public and private systems within the frame of its policy of e-governance. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Lakrimali, of this very good insight information also for us. So, Raul, would you like to comment the question? And all
yes, well, it seems like they have done a very good job so far. I'm really glad to see that they have at least put this identity code in place, as there is a unique identifier. Now, of course, the question remains, if it's open enough, can it be really used? Is it being kept as a secret? Is it really open to the private sector as well? But when it comes down to the question, which is really, of course, important at the moment, is that do they really share any data between each other? And that is the key element on top of that. Data sharing between the governmental organization first, and then with the private sector. And now, as they already have the biometric identity card, as I understood, biometric passport at this point is rather useless if they don't travel, and these days nobody really travels. But does the identity card really provide any functionality? That is the main question, I guess. And on top of that, data sharing, and if there is an electronic functionality such as authentication and digital signature, now there are services. The services that everybody needs, or every resident needs, first of all, starting from the basic life cycle management of a human being, for that matter. We call these, in Estonia, these are vital events that happens to through a person throughout the lifetime. And if there are services that can match to it, and if this electronic identity, therefore, can be used, that could be one of the key elements. And if we are talking about the fastest killer apps, start with the private sector, start with the banks.
Thank you. Actually, one very practical question I have raised here in Zoom, that what happens with the ID? when the corresponding citizen dies or become physically unavailable for no long? What is, especially in the security point of view, what happens then with this special ID?
When we talk about the ID number, that's assigned for life, they say, but it also remains after the death of a person. So I believe that question has actually two sides. Know that that particular number, that particular digital name that has been assigned to you will remain with you forever. Doesn't really matter if you're dead or alive. Whatever happens to you, or if you are not physically there anymore, you still will have the number. That's always assigned to you. Now, when you think about the data, that's another story. We know that the Facebook, for example, is full of dead people. I mean, just people die every day, that's normal. And in terms of that data, the control over that data, of course, that is a very, very tough topic all around the world. And when it comes down to the Estonian government, the data will remain. All the same rules will apply. This data will not be available to anyone. It's only based on the justified cause principles. So if there is a person or institution or organization who needs to access that data of the person already deceased, they have to have the justified cause.
Okay. Thank you, Raul. I see that we have much more questions here, and also people who would like to get the word in order to ask questions or comment. You are all welcome to do it in a breakout session. So sadly, because of the time restrictions, we don't have the moment to take more questions right now here, but we will go on now with the breakout sessions. And the hint for you is we will have 2 breakout sessions regarding the topics what we had in the first session now. We will have one breakout room about the key enablers, and the other breakout room is then about the digital identity. So all these questions, what was unasked now, please come to the, stay here, stay in this Zoom room, and then you are in the digital identity breakout session. And you can ask all the questions and comment everything about the digital identity, because Raul will continue here then in the breakout session. But the other breakout session is about key enablers, about what we spoke in the first session. And this session is led by Richard. And for that, you see in the chat now the new link, new Zoom link. Please choose if you want to speak about key enablers, how the e-governance was started, how the public-private partnership was built up, then please choose from the chat the Zoom link. And then you will find yourself in the other breakout session room. In the both breakout session room, please keep in mind that now you are on charge of your own microphones. It means that you can be involved any moment when you want. You just open your mic yourself, and you can ask the questions, participate in the discussions. So everything there depends on you, how actively you are involved there. The breakout session will be for 30 minutes, and after that, we invite you all back again in the one virtual room. For that, again, those who are in the enablers breakout session, you will get the link to come back here. And after that, I very much hope that both the breakout sessions then will make a short comments, conclusions about what they discussed in the room, because I can't be in 2 places. I would like to hear about both breakout session topics, and hopefully also the people who are in one or in the other room. So now, please choose in which breakout session you would like to be, and then we will start our discussions already in the breakout rooms.
So it seems like I have some few questions. The first one is, who is responsible for the national identity number in Estonia? And how did you allow access to this data to all government and non-governmental parties? Or is it open or not, API or not? The second question would be, what is the role of the national identity number in the electronic signature of the citizen in Estonia? So when it comes down to that particular part, in terms of responsibility, that is the Citizenship and Migration Board, who is basically doing the identity management. They control the issuance process, and of course, under the population registry, there is they are basically the data collection point or the registration authority for the population registry. This kind of access to the data, when it comes down to the governmental and non-governmental organization, is regulated by the data exchange layer that we have. And the data exchange layer, in order to access this, you have to kind of sign up for the connection, and then the connectivity is granted to you if you have the justified cause, and of course you have to describe the use cases and the reasons, and therefore the justified causes why to access the data in the first place. So let's say, for example, you are a bank, you would like to get data from the population registry. So the reason being is just through the KYC process, you need the, let's say, person's address. And that's all you get. You don't get access, let's say, to medical data, but just to that particular part within the population registry. But then again, of course, as a bank, you would like to get some more information, such as, let's say, the family relationships. That you don't get. You just get the person's address. That's it. That's all there is. And in a way, it's an open API, but it's not so open that everybody can actually access or use it. There are services, of course, that are built on top, which allow anybody pretty much to use the connectivity to get some information out of it. Let's say one of the practical use cases would be the business registry in Estonia, that you are able to see the owners or the board members of every private company. If you just have either, you can do it vice versa. You can start searching from the company name or the registration number, or the otherwise around. You can start from the person, and it will all be public. But of course, at some level, in order to go into deeper detail, you have to have you have to be authenticated, just to show who you are. So this, well, I can continue. Feel free to interrupt me anytime. So, one of the interesting use cases that we have when it comes down to the data openness and the justified cause is a rather nice example of having a car crash, and you just have the national ID next to you, or driver's license, which carry all the same number, the same national ID number, and you end up in a car crash, you are bleeding out, and probably they would like to administer you some blood, but they just find the number. And then the nurse or the doctor of the ambulance has instant access to your data without your consent on anything, and they will be able to get the whole medical record of yours, which then allows them to check for your allergies, previous medical conditions, and of course the blood type. Now there is a dilemma. If I would allow this, if I would allow them to see that data, then I would be helped properly, even though I'm unconscious and I don't speak or move, for that matter. Or the other option is that I will restrict the access and then they will be unable to help me properly. They will have probably a very good educated guess, but that does not based on the existing data. There are countries in the world where people just rather die in a ditch than make their medical records that way available. But on the other hand, of course, there is a data protection side when that doctor now has to have a justified cause to explain why he or she tried to access that particular medical data. So yeah, somebody tried to say something. No, I guess not. So I can continue. Yes? Open up your microphone, then it would work a bit better.
Merci. Donc,
thank you. Regarding the architecture adopted by Estonia, so to network the databases of different sectors, did you choose a centralized national database including all the data of all the sectors, or did you choose a distributed solution, and which has been the technology that was used to securitize the different databases? So is there a national platform with including all the databases of the different sectors, or are they split with an architecture that allows the exchange, the instantaneous exchange of the different databases?
Thank you. That's a very, very good question, to be honest. In Estonia, there is no super or master database that contains everything. We have this kind of belief that everybody who has the data, or actually who collects or manages that data, is the owner of that data. And when it comes down to central versus distributed, in a way that we are using this Estonian data exchange layer called X-Road, and this allows us to have every governmental or private organization can have whatever the system they have, whatever the programming language or database engine or whatever they like. So in that way, if you would like to get everything about a person in Estonia, you have to create at least 1,000 different attacks to 1,000 different institutions, because nobody has the access to everything at once. So that kind of creates this internal security by design mechanism that does not allow this this kind of actions. But of course, on the other hand, there are ways how to profile, but this again provides only limited amount of data. So let's say you go shopping and you are using your national identity number as a loyalty token and a loyalty card, then they eventually will figure out where do you go shopping, or who are your probably this kind of, maybe you do the online order, you will get they will get your address, etc. But I believe the main thing is that the data will be the original data will be only at its source and not being copied to the different databases. I know that there are some service providers who try to have their own internal copies, but then again, it's growing really fast out of date. So let's say you are changing your place of residence, you just move to another house, and they will, as they try to get it first time from you directly instead of asking from population registry, it's already outdated by now. So the data has to remain with the original kind of manager or holder of the data. But it was a really excellent question.
Merci. 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 Merci.
Thank you very much.
Any other questions? Any other ideas? One of those key elements is about openness. How does it really work in Algeria when it comes down to the national identity number? Can you, for example, disclose you mine, or the other way around? You can disclose me yours. So can I know what does it look like? How does it work? Can I get some services using just the number itself?
Je peux répondre?
Yes, may I answer?
Yes, of course.
Okay, then regarding what we've been carrying out, our ID number is included within our national ID card. It must be used to have access to the governmental services for all the sectors. As per today, we are within the phase of generalization of this use of the card. I mean, this dissemination of the card includes all the structures as governmental, as private, of the holders of the card. We are working with all the sectors, the health sector, social security sector, as well as 18 other sectors we are working with for the use of the electronic data, because the card includes a couple of chips. The first chip includes all the data regarding the identity, and the second chip is used for the stored applications such as civil state, health state, and electoral activities. All this is integrated. We still need to set up this governmental network such as yours. So today we still need to set up this governmental network, securitized network that will allow us to exchange and to use this card in a secure way, in a safe way. The most important thing is that our digital ID card allows each Algerian to have a unique and securized identity with biometric data.
Thank you. Thank you. One of the things that I've seen, of course, around the world is that the countries are trying to build everything or incorporate everything on the card itself, on the chip. That is one of those things that we have tried and managed to stay away so far from in Estonia. So basically the card contains only the digital name, the real human name, and some minor elements of data, but nothing more. Everything else is residing outside of the card. Everything else is residing within those original data sources. So that could be one of the key principles to try to avoid. Of course, if you're already done so, you can start migrating this information to the data sources, having it instead of having it on the card. But when it comes down to electronic services, I believe you already have some, right? You already provide some services to your citizen.
Oui.
Yes.
Bien entendu, aujourd'hui.
Yes, of course. Today, as for the Home Affairs Minister, the Algerians can have all civil documents from the sites of the Ministry of Home Affairs from home, the birth register or death register or the marriage register. All these documents are supplied by the Ministry of Home Affairs, and we do use our identification number, this secure title, the secure card, to identify each person, as well as the civil state register, which is centralized. The Algerians have the possibility to introduce the biometric data as well as the passports via an electronic service. And in addition to that, with all the deployed services, this national ID is used as a secured identification. We continue developing all the services delivered by the administration in the field of justice, in all the fields of activities. In all the fields we have developed these electronic services, and this ID card is a private document for the identification of each citizen. We are working so that the cards can be used as an access key, a distance or a remote access key for the services that will be further developed and put at the disposal of the citizens.
Thank you. One of those things you mentioned is that the identity is secure. How does the security really look like? What is it in technical details? How does it really work? What do you have to do to be authenticated to an electronic service? Anyone care to comment on that? So what I'm trying to kind of figure out is that if the national identity number, yes, please.
So, first of all, we have allowed the Algerians to ask for this ID card via internet for all the people having already this biometric passport or having already secured the documents. So most of the citizens have got this biometric ID card via an electronic service. So they were authenticated through their authentication number, which is attributed to all Algerians citizens, as well as the passport number that we had in the past. So we have the biometric identity of the people requiring this number. The citizen can follow up this process of requirement until he gets this card. We have a national network with all the municipalities. We have up to 1,541 municipalities in Algeria. So the ensemble of these local collectivities or organisms have the infrastructure for the acquisition and the development of this biometric data. So we could respond to these demands when the citizens apply for the first time. They apply for a secured title or card. They have to address this center for the acquisition of this biometric ID card or condition, civil state condition, and the electronic file is transferred to a national center for the protection of secured documents. After authentication to attribute, to assign a secure identity with the ID number to the citizen. Once the authentication is done, and then the card is issued and sent to the address of the municipality of residence of the citizen, and the citizen will come by the city council or official entity to get his card. So there is a secured national network for the acquisition of biometric data, as well as for the expenditure of these documents. We have this network at national scale. We have 43 million inhabitants, and we are working to assign a card to each and every citizen. More than half of the population have their own secured biometric card. For those living abroad, all the general consulates and the ambassade have these systems. They have to introduce the demands to register the applications of secured documents when it is the first time, and when it's a second time, you just have to apply via an electronic service provided by the Ministry of Home Affairs.
Thank you. You mentioned a lot of times the biometric information. I have this really I'm afraid of the biometric information, for that matter, if it's being used every day, if it's being used in order to provide the service to the population. So just one simple example is that, or a simple use case is that if you if somebody manages to copy your fingerprints, let's say, then then these fingerprints are easily be then used to access the services, but you cannot replace them. But with the card, it's actually rather simple. If the card contains some authentication token, let's say a set of PKI keys, then it's simple. If these get compromised, you just toss it away, just get the next card. That's it. That's the easy part. But when it comes to excessive usage of biometric information, that's what I'm afraid of. If my physical body gets compromised, then there is nothing much I can do. Then the whole system collapses just because of that excessive use of biometric information. Not sure how it works with you. I do hope that you are not using biometric. Yes. Please.
L'usage de la
The use of biometric technology is for a secure identification, because the civil state, the civil condition cannot allow to identify people. The use of biometrics allowed us to set up a database which is reliable, but we also set up all the necessary mechanism to protect the biometric data, of course. And the use of this biometric, I mean, the card will be used with the PIN code that will be used to be authenticated, but not the biometric data.
Good, good. I'm really happy to hear that, because that was my biggest fear. If you have to, first of all, deploy the biometric readers to every resident of your country, which is really badly expensive. And then if the biometric information is actually collected with every interaction, that's perfect that you have done a wise and good choice on that one. Excellent. How much time do we have left? Does anybody know, really? Or all right. So anything else I can comment on, or any additional information I can provide when it comes down to? You can go as deep technical as you want to, because I probably can manage it easily. Yes, please.
Donc si vous permettez, si j'ai bien compris.
So, if you allow me, if I well understood, Estonia doesn't have a biometric database for the Estonian citizens.
No, that's wrong, actually. We do have the biometric data, but what I was talking about is the excessive usage of biometric data. We use the biometric data to enroll a person when he or she gets the identity document. Of course, when it comes down to the minors, we don't collect the biometric data, we just trust what it is. But we only use the biometric data for creating the document, such as biometric passport for that matter, and we are verifying the identity during the issuance of that document, but no more than that. That is the only place where we are using the biometric data.
Bon, c'est la même chose en Algérie, si vous voulez.
Yes, it is the same in Algeria. If you want, biometry has been used to identify for a safe and secure identification of the citizens. Once this person has been identified, this data, this biometric data, will be useful to provide a passport to this person, as well as an identity card. But the use of biometric is solely for the identification of the citizen. So I would say we have the same principle as for the use of biometric.
Good. That's only good. That's really good. So At the moment, did I understand correctly that you have a kind of national central data silo that has actually everything, or you are still in the middle of deciding which way to go or how to start the data sharing part?
Aujourd'hui, nous, au niveau des...
As per today, in our ministry, we have a national register, national état civil register, which includes all the civil state of the Algerian citizens. We have all these documents secured. These databases are secured on our platform. These data are not shared. We have some accesses with the sectors, some accesses to personal data which are secured, and this can allow all the sectors to have access to the identity of the citizen to verify it. So we avoid to ask for civil status certificates for the different procedures. So that way we can eliminate these documents. We can avoid these documents of being we can eliminate fraud, possible frauds. How can we federate all the databases of the other state-related sectors, or whether they are private? And so how could we allow these interactions? Because if we want an exchange, we need to have a secured network. So we could think about other kind of electronic services, I don't know, where the exchange between administrations would be more agile, if you want. I am referring of all the data of these citizens. So we will not have to ask each time the citizens about all the data. So my question was concern the secured exchange between the different stakeholders of this electronic government, whether we are talking of economic operators, banks, mail or telecommunications operators, and all the sectors. So how can we network all the sectors in a secured way? That was my question.
Yeah, that is a very relevant point, and I totally agree that these are tough decisions, but they have to be right since the very beginning. But I believe that concludes our breakout session, and we will continue again on the big stage. So there are stories, walking on it. Thank you.
welcome back from the breakout sessions. I hope you had a very good discussions there, but as I wasn't able to hear both of the discussions, then for my luck, I have now on the stage both of the breakout session leaders, and we will do a short conclusions. What were discussed, what were the main points, most interesting things maybe, what came out there. So firstly, I would like to start with you, Richard. Could you shortly introduce what were the main questions, what you discussed, and maybe somebody from your workshop could also elaborate?
Absolutely. We discussed enablers in our workshop. It was really a good discussion. We had a lot of participation from our Algerian comrades. Latifa, if you would like, please give us kind of a summary of what we discussed in the room.
So please. I think we have in the Zoom one of the participants, Latifa, who can then comment discussions, what they had in the room.
It was...
Yes.
I have a name here.
Yeah, we don't hear you very loudly right now.
Latifa Madoui.
Mahdawi.
Yeah, we hear you now, please.
During the second session, we have discussed some interesting points. The majority of those points were around the Algerian experience in the matter, and also the colleagues have exposed some issues related to what they are encountered as problems during the different experiences for implementing maybe some digital services, even very simple ones. And we have summarized by saying that even though over the world we have a lot of common points on technological stage, because the technologies are very similar over the used technologies are similar over different countries. But every country has to construct its experience, has to live its own experience based on the context, based on the social, economical, and characteristics. So this do not prevent to be inspired by the successful stories of the different countries having implemented e-government solutions. But there is always a special part for every country to take into account, and we should be very aware of the context and of the different parameters before launching really big projects on e-governance.
Okay, thank you.
Latifa is a researcher at one of the universities in Algeria, and so they're charting kind of like the business process models across Algeria, and they've done a few publications on it. It's a very interesting topic, but so she's able to kind of see the Algerian context and compare it to the Estonian one when you have 1.3 million versus 44 million people.
Yeah.
So it's very interesting stuff. So that's why.
Thank you. Actually, going on from that, I don't know, is it like a question for you or to Latifa, that did you had also the chance maybe to discuss or elaborate that what are the main challenges in order to start to implement e-governance strategy or e-governance solutions? Or did you spoke also about the main challenges, what are in Algeria?
Latifa, you want to take that?
Yes, there is different approaches we can use to implement e-government solutions, and we can build from scratch. But this needs a lot of investment, a lot of money, a lot of time, and the risk is very high. But also, we should think that every government should continue, even during the implementation of any e-government service. So the most of countries choose the middle way. I mean, during the implementation of any electronic or government service, we have to to let continue the old manner of doing, because citizens at final need to have a service electronically or not. So we think that this is one of the big challenges that we have to be in front of and to go through if we want to succeed really.
Okay. Richard, do you have any comments? Or did
No, I mean, it was a great discussion, and I'd like to thank everybody who was a part of it. It was good.
Thank you.
No, thanks.
So in this room, we had the discussion about the digital identity. We saw already on the main session that there were very many questions regarding that, and the good insight what we got already on the main stage. And then how did it proceed in the breakout session?
Well, just to be very honest with you, I just continued my study mission. I tried to figure out what is going on, how things are currently implemented in Algeria. So it's really nice to hear that they have already the national identity number in place, although I didn't figure out completely how is it implemented. Is it public enough? Is it open enough? If it can be used for different use cases. But for sure, they have something. And the most pressing issue that they have is the lack of interoperability. They just don't talk to each other. That's the worst part. And that probably holds them back the strongest. I mean, when it comes down to just having a piece of plastic that contains some information, and if the information is only on the card and nowhere else, probably that's going to be a bit of an issue. Of course, there is a data copy outside as well, but either one of them will be outdated rather fast. And these different kind of concerns related privacy, related security on top of it. We had a very lovely discussion, and I'm much smarter by now, and probably the next, whatever the meeting is that we will have with them, it's going to be a little bit more better because I have done my homework now.
Okay, I understand. You got very useful information from there. Hopefully, also the participants.
I hope that I was able to provide them some insights, some use cases, some examples that kind of paint the picture for them as well, how to approach this. Yes, I hope.
You mentioned that they just don't talk with each other. You didn't. By that, you don't mean that the citizens doesn't talk to each other.
No,
you mean the systems.
I mean the systems, the databases, the data sources themselves. They have some registries already in place. They are processing data. They are collecting data, but I don't think they can actually share the data with other kind of relying or interested parties.
Okay, so I understand we're coming back to this once only principle and questions what we spoke in the first session actually. And it's very good that you mentioned also the interoperability, that the systems should speak with each other, because actually this is something with what we're going on in our next session. So I would like to thank you both for doing this, for being with us here, and for all the participants. Thank you staying with us for this time. Now we will have a short break. And as already mentioned, after the break, we will go on with the interoperability topics, that how to put different systems to speak with each other in the most secure way. During the break, you will have those who don't want to run and grab a coffee or have a technical pause and so on. You have a chance to look the video about how the digital solutions are working in real life. So it's a very simple demo, what you can see there, what can be done with a digital identity, what kind of services can be connected with each other. This video will run during the break. And we will see you here back again after 15 minutes. So stay tuned.
Welcome to this demonstration of e-governance solutions based on experience from Estonia, a country widely recognized as one of the world's leading digital societies. This presentation is prepared for you by the members of the Estonian ICT cluster, in partnership with the Estonian Ministry of Foreign Affairs. In this demonstration, we look at the different ways a citizen can use public sector services. We start with registering the birth of a child, and then registering the child for school, e-health solutions, business activities, the border crossing system, justice systems, and real estate transactions. At the end of the presentation, we will look at how financial transactions accrue to the state budget management system and how information is exchanged between the systems using an interoperability system called the Unified Exchange Platform. To get started, the citizen will use their unique digital ID number to log into the Citizen Portal, a central gateway to all public sector services. He or she enters their personal ID number and password and presses Login using Smart ID. A verification code is then sent to their mobile phone, and once they verify their identity with the PIN number, they are logged in. The same login procedure is used to access any public sector service in Estonia. As we can see, Michael Williams is logged into the system, and there is information automatically pulled in from the person and marriage registries. Michael is married to Jean Williams, and they have 2 children. Today, Michael and Jean are celebrating the birth of a new child, and since it was a home birth, Michael needs to register the birth in the person registry. He therefore enters the registry and starts the process by entering his ID code and Jean's, chooses the gender of the child, the date and time of the birth, and the weight and height of the child. Once this information has been submitted, the birth is registered. We can see information about the new child in the Citizen Portal. However, the child does not yet have a name. In fact, every new child gets their digital ID before they get their given name. To register the name of their child, Michael once again enters the person registry, where after entering the name for the child, George, the process is completed. Looking at the Citizen Portal, we can now see that the information about the child is complete. While in the Citizen Portal, Michael notices that George's sister, Maria, has not been registered for school yet. To register Maria for school, Michael uses the e-school system. Before Michael can start, though, the administrator of the e-school system must open the registration process. The e-school system is used to manage student and teacher information, curricula, class scheduling, grading, and communication between students, teachers, parents, and government officials. The administrator starts the admission process and loads new student information from the population and address registries. It is now possible for Michael to register Maria for school, so he selects one of the 3 schools presented to him. The school selection is based on where Jean and Michael live, the local school district, and other factors. Michael selects the first option presented, and his choice is automatically sent to the e-school system. The administrator of the system can now see the school selection by the parents and can confirm the selection. In the Citizen Portal, we can see now that Maria has a designated school. Next, we look at the e-health systems. In this scenario, Michael is taken to the hospital by ambulance, and we can see how patients are registered in the hospital and provided an initial diagnosis in the hospital information system. For expediency, we can see that Dr. Martens is already logged into the system. To get the patient registration started, the doctor enters Michael's ID number. At this point, Dr. Martens has already examined Michael, so he can enter both the registration and the initial diagnosis. He enters that Michael arrived at the hospital by ambulance, selects the diagnosis from the standard classification database. In this case, he selects pneumonia. As a comment on arrival, he enters high fever, difficulty breathing. Once he saves the information, we can see Michael's full medical history, including the diagnosis just provided. In this screen, the doctor can also issue a prescription for Michael. He enters amoxicillin as the medication at a strength of 1,000 milligrams to be taken orally, and the name of the specific medicine from the selection. He enters the prescription date and when the prescription will expire, 2 weeks from the issue date. He also enters instructions for how the medication has to be taken, and once again selects pneumonia from the standard classification of conditions. As notes, he enters heavy fluid intake, doctor visit in 1 week. With all the information entered and the prescription ready, Michael can now collect the medicine from the pharmacy. When Michael goes to the pharmacy, the pharmacist enters Michael's personal ID to see all prescriptions issued to Michael. We can see that Michael has an older prescription which has already been used and the new one just issued. When issuing the medicine to Michael, the pharmacist receives information about other medications with the same active ingredient. In this case, the pharmacist will continue with the medicine prescribed, and hopefully Michael will be feeling better soon. Next, we will look at business-related activities. Michael is starting a new company, and he enters the business portal to carry out the registration. We can see that he is an owner of one company already. To start the registration of the new company, he enters the company name, International Logging Limited, and Forestry and Logging is added as its business activity. After entering the starting share capital of the company and the company address, he enters his ID number as the shareholder and declares that he will own 100% of the company with a seat on the company board. Once he saves the information, the Memorandum of Association is generated, and after he signs it digitally, the company is registered. Coming back to the starting page, we now see that he is the owner of 2 companies. While already in the system, Michael will also declare taxes for the other company he owns. After entering the tax registry, Michael selects the first of the 2 companies he owns and chooses the year and quarter he is declaring tax for. As he enters 100,000 euros as the revenue and 80,000 as the cost of goods sold, we can see automatic calculations below for his tax obligations. After entering 5,000 for the business expenses and a depreciation of 2,000, we see that the total tax due is 1,560 euros. After saving the data, Michael can choose to distribute dividends, and after selecting 50,000 euros, we can see that as he is the sole shareholder, the full amount will be paid out to him. Next, we look at the State Border Administration. As Michael's companies deal with timber exports, he often needs to cross the state border. If he just drives to the border and waits in the queue, it would take a long time. Fortunately, he can use the queue management system to provide the necessary documents and reserve a time for crossing the border in advance. After he enters the system, he must choose the border crossing point, followed by the queue type. Priority queue is for perishable and dangerous goods, and live queue is without the specified time for crossing the border. As Michael knows the exact time he will be crossing the border, he chooses the pre-reserved queue. After selecting a time for crossing the border, he enters his ID number, name, travel document number, vehicle registration number, and vehicle type. In his case, truck with goods. After verifying the data, the information is automatically available to the Border Patrol and Customs officials. As the final step in the registration, Michael makes a payment to cover the border crossing fee. Let's switch hats and look at the system from the border official's side. He can see information about all cars, trucks, and buses coming to the border in advance. And as we can see, Michael's registration is at the bottom of the list. There is a clipboard icon next to Michael's registration, which means that he has been automatically and randomly selected to go through an in-depth customs check. There are other notifications in the list. A green mark next to the name means that the data comes directly from the population registry, and a red warning means that the person has a criminal record. In one case, we see a notification flag by the ID number. When clicking on detail, the official can see that this person has a history of human trafficking. Armed with this kind of advanced knowledge, the Border Patrol and Customs officials can prepare and schedule the workload for the smooth passage of vehicles across the border. Continuing with our presentation, we now look at e-justice solutions. In this scenario, Michael has a conflict with a business partner, and he has decided to go to court against them. To enter the claim, Michael enters the commercial court solution from the citizen portal. He's given a choice whether to enter the claim on behalf of himself as a person or as a company representative. He chooses the latter. To get the claim started, he chooses International Timber Limited as the claimant and selects Defendant Advance Exports from the list of companies retrieved directly from the business registry. Next, he is presented with the choice of case types. He selects contract violation and for the claim summary, delinquent payments. He chooses to add a proof of claim document to the case to complete the claim info, and now he is once again required to pay a state fee. After entering the credit card information, the card number, expiry date, and security code, and submitting the payment, the claim is now entered into the e-justice system. To see where the claim goes next, we need to log into the system as a court clerk. For the purposes of the demonstration, the login process is simplified. In real life, the clerk would use their ID number-based authentication method. Once logged in, the clerk can see the new claim in the dashboard, with the status pending. And upon opening it, the detailed claim information is displayed. To register the case, the clerk starts by selecting a judge. When selecting the judge, she notices that there are red notifications next to the names of some of the judges, which means that they're not best suited for this particular case, based on the workload of the judge, expertise, or a potential conflict of interest. As Justice Bert Alfred does not have any conflicts, she goes forward with him as the judge for the case. After registering the case, the clerk continues with scheduling a hearing. She starts by selecting a suitable date and time from the calendar. As we can see, the calendar is synchronized with the judge's calendar. To choose participants in the hearing, the list of shareholders of both companies is directly retrieved from the business registry. She selects all of them, Michael Williams as the claimant, and Anthony Jones and Stephen Ellison representing the defendant. Now that the hearing is registered, notifications are automatically sent to all participants. Moving forward in time, the judge now logs into the system during the hearing. Upon opening the case, now with the status of pre-trial, he can enter the judgment information by selecting the judgment type, in this case, consent judgment. He can also upload any case-related documents. After choosing fine for defendant as a sanction and entering fine of 10,000 euros as the judgment summary, he completes the hearing and effectively the case. As we can see, the process is fully automated, and all steps other than the hearing can be handled without the claimant or the defendant ever having to physically come to the courthouse. As a matter of fact, if both parties provide adequate documentation and the case is clear, the judge can render the judgment without the physical hearing. Continuing the demonstration, we now look at real estate transactions. In the real estate section of the Citizen portal, we can see that Michael already owns one property in Kenya. As he is interested in buying another property, he enters the land registry. After verifying his identity, he can look at his properties or start a search for a property. Upon selecting the property he is interested in from the search results, he is provided with detailed information, such as ownership information, map view of the location, and a street view of the property and surrounding area. In another view, he can look at tax zone information. Once he decides that he is interested in the property and has negotiated the purchase with the current owner, Stephen Ellison, they can complete the transaction in the land registry. Once Stephen Ellison logs into the system and selects the property from the list of his properties, he can start the change ownership process. As they have agreed that the payment for the property is already deposited in an escrow account, he can complete all the steps from his side, and Michael will complete the transaction. He starts the process by selecting Michael Williams as the new owner. Next, he needs to pay the state tax for the transaction, after which he can sign the sales contract. We can see from the status of the transaction that to achieve the completion, Michael needs to sign the contract as well. When Michael logs into the system, he sees a notification of a new transaction. Once he opens the transaction, he can verify that the taxes have been paid and the contract is already signed by Stephen Ellison. After signing the contract, the transaction is completed and he is now the proud owner of the property. The land registry can also be used to manage tax payments for existing properties. We follow the steps of a multiple property owner, Adam Smith, to see the property tax management process. Upon entering the payments section of the registry, Adam can see the payments due and settle the payments directly in the system. He can also view the statistical and historical tax information for his properties. As we have gone through the many different interactions that a person can have with the state, let's look at what it looks like from the other side. Throughout the demonstration, there have been different fee and tax payments made in the system. All those payments accrue to the state budget management system. The budget management system is a small banking system hosted by the Budget Authority, where the government and public sector institutions act as customers. The system's main objective is to administer and supervise government and public sector spending. In the budget management system, a state official can see various information on the status of budget accrual for the state, such as the budgeted amount, payments received to date, and the comparison of budget accrual versus the plan. Diving deeper into the payments received, the official can see the payments for the border crossing, state fees for the court procedures, and land registry operations already visible in the system. Throughout the demonstration, we have also seen that information is actively exchanged between different systems and registries. For example, the information about persons, their family, medical data, property, and court case-related information. To facilitate the fast and secure exchange of data between systems, a dynamic interoperability platform is used. In Estonia, this system is called X-Road. The same system is available to all countries around the world as the Unified Exchange Platform. Let's look at the visualization of the data moving between the systems. After refreshing the data, we see the latest transactions. On the left, we can see that the information has been exchanged between different services, such as for persons, students, companies, and other services. The services are within different service providers, which in turn are under the jurisdiction of different ministries and organizations. For example, the Person Registry, Business Registry, and Citizen Portal are under the jurisdiction of the Ministry of Home Affairs. The e-school system is under the Ministry of Education. Hospital information systems are managed by hospitals, and so on. Below, we can see a visualization of the different services and systems that are exchanging data, starting with the Citizen Portal receiving information about marriages, students, owners of properties, company ownership, schools, and persons. We can also see information from different connected systems. This presentation has been brought to you by the ICT Cluster in cooperation with the Estonian Ministry of Foreign Affairs.
And welcome back. I hope you had a very good break. I can only imagine which kind of Algerian delights we could have when we would be in the place on the seminar. But now we continue with our virtual seminar. And actually, I'm happy to say that we're going to on exactly with this topic, what was the last spoken in this video, what you saw. So we will speak about how to build up the most secure integrated system in this way that all the different databases what you have could speak with each other. That we can truly implement the once only principle. And for that, I'm very happy to invite to the stage to speak Tobias Koch, who will speak then about interoperability systems.
Yeah. Thanks for having me. My name is Tobias, and I'll be today talking about interoperability. I'm working as a business analyst at Cybernetica. As you can see on the slide, is actually my colleague Kevin Tamara was supposed to be here, but I'm just jumping in, taking over his duty. And so Cybernetica is one of the Estonian IT companies that has been closely attached to the whole transformation that Estonia has been going through, and we are specializing on secure data exchange. But before we start actually talking about secure data exchange, I would like to talk about the building blocks of digital societies, and this is basically the couple of things that you're going to see on this slide. So the whole point of having government registries is having one place where records about citizens is stored, whether it's population registry, whether it's a business registry, whether it's the land registry or databases. So this is where you have information about citizens. And then these registries are basically the places that have the input that is necessary in order to create e-services, so-called e-services that allow citizens easy access to their own resources, to have easy streamlined communication with the authorities. And here we have a couple of examples where they can have an impact. So, for example, registering property online is definitely something that is better and more efficient than something that is done on paper. And this information that is being submitted via one of those applications needs to go into registries. So registries always need to be up to date. And as you will see, registries actually can and should talk to each other in order to have a streamlined government information system and to enable a digital society. On the top layer, you can see the key ingredients, really. So we were just talking about digital identity with my colleague from Raoul Walter, that digital identity is the key that allows every single citizen, every single resident to access, to identify securely on the internet and to get access to the data that actually belongs to them. And digital identity is in a very strong interplay with interoperability. Interoperability meaning that different government registries can communicate safely via the internet. They can supplement each other, not supplement, they can complement each other so that information from different sources is integrated into a whole wider, bigger picture for the benefit of the authorities, but also for the benefit of the citizens. But what are the things that need to be considered when modernizing registries and databases? So first of all, just a short catch-up. Yes, registries, there are registries about persons, companies, vehicles, etc. So every registry has a specific field, a specific responsibility that needs to be remembered, and these shouldn't be mixed too much. Every administration, every authority has, for each specific registry, has a specific mandate to mandate everything regarding the data that is administered in that very registry, right? So let's assume that the population register is something that is managed by the Ministry of Interior, for example. So the Ministry of Interior, as the authority running the population registry, has the mandate to decide how the data is in there, how it needs to be kept, whether it can actually be addressed, queried from outside. So they need to be in control about the data that they have in their registries. Something that we have here is the so-called single source of truth. What does this mean? Why is this relevant in the context of registries? So the problem with, or the challenge in the digital societies that we live in right now is that there's so many different bits of information that you need to be sure that the information that you're getting is actually the one that triggers a legally viable transaction. This means that registries are the places that function as the single source of truth. So if my name is in the population registry, this is my name, right? Or if my address is in the population registry, this is my address. So the single source of truth really is the whole idea that via policy and legislation, you define where the specific bit of information is defined and which source of this information you can trust, right? And then secondly, what else you need in order to address this, the single source of truth idea, is the technical capabilities, of course, how to allow registries to make their data available to the outside world in a managed way. The single source of truth really is also an important factor to consider when talking about the so-called once-only principle, which you might have heard about already, meaning that there's only one, like my personal information about a specific field, like population, business, or vehicles, is only in one place. And if others actually want to use this information, they get access to the single source of truth. So this is a crucial factor in order to drive the once-only principle forward, really. And then registries and databases, they are actually the cornerstone of public services, right? So in order to, so if you're applying for a benefit online, then you're probably gonna have to identify yourself. You need to authenticate yourself so that a specific bit of information from one specific register is being presented. You can check the data. You can apply to change the data. So there's a lot of economic power really in those registries. So and as soon as those registries are digital, you actually also speed up processes, right? So it's one thing to have to apply for a driving license and get this on paper, like apply this on paper. You need to go into the office. But actually, if the registries allow to do this online, if there's an interface which the citizens can use, then there is a certain speed to this transaction, which obviously means that the authorities can handle many more processes at a limited level of resources. So there's a vital economic impact, really, of digital registries. What's also important to consider is that, in terms of the legal standpoint, is that actually whether you have records on paper or whether you have records on electronic records, they need to be equal. So this is one of the bottlenecks, really, that we can see around the world, that there even is digital infrastructure, but the digital information, the electronic records, they don't have the same legal value, the same legal standard as the paper records. So this is something to consider when doing any changes in this field, that actually paper and electronic records are legally on par. This is also something that we know from the field of digital signatures, right? That digital signatures need to be legally on par with paper-based signatures, so that people's signatures mean as much digitally as they mean on paper. Service terms and conditions regarding registers is important in that sense that obviously when data is being processed from different government registries, then the data processing needs to be in line with the individual rights, with the privacy rights of any individual. So this is something that needs a lot of attention, really, in moving forward in this field and in working with interoperability platforms. And then the data sharing principles, this is really key. So while we previously were talking about the registers themselves, then what's important here is that there need to be a set of legal means for how different infrastructures, how different registers are also legally allowed to exchange information from one register to another for the purpose of more efficient administration. And from this field, we're moving on to the field of interoperability and secure data exchange. So what is this all about, really? What are interoperability platforms and what are secure data exchange platforms, really? So the idea really is that you have a standardized platform that allows different independent government registries to talk to each other, right? So that actually not every single register needs to duplicate data, but that you can actually avoid that any data is duplicated. So the interoperability platform really functions as this integrator between different registers in order to build services, to build improved back office processes. You might actually have heard about the service-oriented architecture, SOA, which is a very common principle in the private sector, that different services are provided based on different web services that are being exchanged. So the interoperability platform really allows for this SOA architecture within government, right? So that different registries, different government information systems, they build services and exchange information within those services. Obviously, this is one of the key things that even more in those times that we're living in right now, that there is the need to exchange sensitive and time-critical data in order to react fast to new situations, to new challenges. So as soon as data is digital, you obviously have a better, a faster access to the data that you need in order to determine your next steps. So this is also something that interoperability platforms really allow for, that you can go right to the source, right? You go right to the source of a specific data set, and you can trust that data because you know it comes from this single source of truth. And then the scaling part is a very important part. So the whole idea really is that it's a distributed infrastructure, right? So you have the Ministry of Interior, you have the Ministry of Health and Social Services, you have the Ministry of Economics, and each of them, they have their specific field that they are responsible for. And And they, step by step, they gradually understand that there is a register there that has information that I need for a specific new service. So gradually, those distributed databases, they can, new databases, they can actually become a member of the interoperability platform, but also new members can build new services. So actually, this is the whole magic of this interoperability platform, that you can basically limit it unlimitedly. You can scale it without limits, because the data set, the registers, the databases, they remain independent, but they decide to exchange information. And how they do is, I will explain as well. So how are these requirements that I just talked about, how are they being addressed, how are they met? Interoperability platforms, they allow those different government databases to maintain control about who gets access to the data that they are responsible for, right? So you don't want random government agencies or random private sector players to gain access to the data that you're legally responsible for. But there are reasons why specific data sets needs to be accessed, why specific services need to be built, and you want to have technology that allows for that. So interoperability platforms, they allow for this. They allow to have a gateway, they allow to have access lists that allow to define at a very detailed level who gets to use that data that I'm managing, who gets the data, who gets access to my citizens' addresses, for example, or who gets access to my citizens' names, etc. The distributed architecture, I already addressed that you want to have a distributed architecture, meaning that you don't have a single database, something that you also addressed in the previous talk. You don't want to have a single database, but you want to make sure that data is as distributed as possible while remaining capable of integrating that data for the benefit of more streamlined administration and e-services. The data that is being exchanged is always peer-to-peer. So as you can see from the graphic that is popping up there on the right all the time, is actually there is no intermediary. Like all of those three rectangles that you can see, they are members of an interoperability platform. They have this red dot, which is a security server, and they exchange data directly, and there's no intermediary, right? So the data always is exchanged peer-to-peer, so you know where the data goes. And then, obviously, information security is a strong argument, is a strong factor that needs to be considered at all times. So interoperability platforms, they were, from when they started popping up in the late 1990s, early 2000s, they were built on the common CII triad that I will also be talking about in a bit. Here you actually have a screenshot from what the interoperability, or what basically the interoperability platform or of the members of the interoperability platform in Estonia, what this looks like. So in Estonia, we have hundreds, if not thousands, of members of this interoperability platform. But what you can see from here is actually that you don't have one single point, right? It's distributed. So there's a lot of transactions, or there's a lot of connectors between those bigger red points and the smaller red points, but you don't have one central point where everybody goes to, where everybody queries information from. And this is very crucial. This is what you want to avoid, that you have the single point, but you want to have a distributed infrastructure. And here you see the technical architecture of an interoperability platform as we know it from Estonia, that actually on the top, you can see the so-called the so-called governing authority. The governing authority is basically the entity, the anchor of the interoperability platform. The governing authority is responsible for keeping a registry of all the members of the interoperability platform. They are responsible for keeping a directory. The directory means that you can see all the different services that different members of this data exchange platform have. And then they provide trust services for security reasons, and they also monitor. So they actually can react if there's actually something that needs to be reacted to. They monitor the data being exchanged, monitor that rules and everything are actually kept. And then this is like, you can see the governing level, and then you have the practical level where data is actually being exchanged, right? So interoperability platforms, there's a list of members, the Ministry of Interior, the Ministry of Social Affairs, and it's just a thought up example now. They decide that well, actually, I'm going to take the example that you see here. So you have an information system, a citizen portal maintainer. So you have a citizen that via an information system wants to query some kind of information from a register, which is the Department of Motor Vehicles, which has a vehicle registry and a driver's license registry. And rather than querying this information directly, we have the security layer between the different registries, which is the core ingredient of the interoperability platform, that you have two security servers that at all times check whether the entity that is querying data is actually allowed to query that data, and the other party verifying the other party verifying whether this is the case, and then sending the data back, and the other party also checking whether this is the data that actually comes from the right place. So every data transaction that you see between the different security servers is always encrypted over the public internet. It is time-stamped and locked so that you actually have proof about this data transaction afterwards. So the two levels here are very important. That first of all, you have this governing component, right? Somebody is running this interoperability platform. They are responsible for running the infrastructure, for keeping this infrastructure safe. And then you have the members that manage their own security servers, and in those security servers, they manage who has access to what information from the other members. I mentioned that in terms of interoperability, in terms of different registries talking to each other, obviously the level of security is always a priority. It's a standard really in information security, the so-called CIA triad, which the CIA is the abbreviation for the three key terms here. Data needs to be confidential, right? So not everybody gets access to the data, but only a selected audience, an audience that identifies securely. This is where the digital identity comes into the picture again. The data integrity needs to be kept. So this means that you need to make sure that the data that is being accessed, the data that is being processed is actually you need to make sure that the integrity of the data is protected, that it remains the same data, and you need to make it traceable what happened to this data. And then you have the availability component. The availability component meaning that data is available, right? So based on these other conditions, you make data available so that processes can be managed. But this actually goes farther than the CIA triad with what we know from the Estonian experience, that actually in order to allow for secure data exchange, you need to be able to scale the secure data exchange platform so that it's, in that sense, independent, it's distributed. So if one member stops their operations, this doesn't necessarily mean that the whole thing breaks together, but you can just build this on top. You can continue to build this all the time. Non-repudiation, some data that is being accessed and transferred, this is a fact. This is a legal fact. You cannot repudiate the fact that this information has been exchanged based on the security technologies that are being used. And the whole thing is auditable so that actually external parties can actually draw their own, can supervise, can control what has happened to data and can make their own conclusions about it. How did this all come about in Estonia? So in Estonia, in the late 1990s, in the early 2000s, there were a couple of challenges that I just briefly want to talk about that. Actually, the government information systems, they did not take advantage of the internet, and they really suffered from poor interconnectivity. So they didn't make use of this brand new technology that was just gaining speed during that time. And this is basically, these things are connected, right? So there was poor interconnectivity because new connections were time-consuming and expensive. Estonia in the 1990s and the early 2000s still wasn't a wealthy country. So every new connection, every new information system would actually need to be, it would need to be asked whether it really is necessary. And the security awareness among IT people was low. And then again, the registries would be managed and developed by different separate organizations, really. So those were the sets of challenges that we had. And then based on these challenges, the authorities in Estonia knew that something needs to be done because we can't continue like this. We need to make use of information technology. We need to make use of the internet for innovating public sector service provision, for innovating the administration. Here you have the limited IT budgets as well. Obviously, this is always a factor. And based on this, a couple of other things need to be considered. Mission critical means, so just a definition that we have those, we had just those things that I was just listing, and now the mission critical component says that registries would always contain personal data, right? So there's, in that regard, it's personal data about me regarding my car, regarding my health, regarding my address in different registries. So I want this information to be confidential. It's always sensitive. And this information really will have an impact on real life will have a real life impact. As I said, it's a single source of truth, so this information will have an impact. And in many cases, this information is needed in real time. So those are additional factors that were considered back in Estonia in the late 1990s and the early 2000s. So the so-called Department of State Information Systems decided that they wanted to improve the situation, considering the factors that I was just addressing. And they launched in the early 2000s. They launched the Government Interoperability Program in order to find a solution for the whole thing. So in 2000, first studies and pilots were done. It's actually fascinating to read some of those academic articles, also written by a couple of my colleagues from that time that were involved in developing the first platforms, the first technology. And then there would be in 2001 security analysis and implementation of the first version of the solution. In 2002, since 2002, basically since 2001, the whole system has been running. Since 2002, the whole system has been enhanced, has been developed and improved over time. 2012, another version was developed of the interoperability solution. And then since 2016, this new solution is in production. And what are the results? So now, actually, thanks to the interoperability platform, all government data really is accessible to organizations and persons that have the right to access the data. So this is very crucial factor. Data is available, but it's confidentially available. So only a person that is authorized to access this data can access this data. And when I'm saying person, I actually mean whether it's one register and another information system, another register, it's not always person specific, but it's the organizations really that exchange the data via their employees in that regard. The data is secure, it's always up to date, correct and reliable. So obviously my address in the population registry is something that I update. So I update it right at the source, as the population register is the single source of truth. The data is up to date. The data is available 24/7, so Estonia in that regard doesn't know any weekends, so you can apply for children's benefits, for new driving license or whatsoever. You can do that all the time. You don't need to go anywhere, and you, in that regard, Estonia doesn't know any borders really as well, because everywhere where you have the internet, where you have access to the internet, you can actually make use of this government infrastructure in Estonia. And then 99% of the government services in Estonia, they are actually connected digitally. And this is because you have an interoperability platform based on which all sorts of services can be built between different government departments. Yes, and this I already mentioned, that the data is opened up to authorized members. And this is also a very, very important factor in terms of adoption. So you might assume that the interoperability platform is actually only built for the public sector, but in fact, what we have realized in Estonia really is that the cooperation with the private sector is very important. So the data transferred or exchanged via the interoperability layer, via the interoperability platform, can also be transferred to private sector institutions. So we have banks, telecommunication providers, we have electricity or energy grid providers that have linked up their information systems to this interoperability platform in order to access data that they, via the owner of the data, have the right to access, or and obviously also specific legislation that regulates this as well. Some of the effects here really, it takes 3 minutes to a pre-filled tax declaration in Estonia, so thanks to the X-Road, thanks to the digital identity, your tax declaration, your income tax declaration is actually filled. Basically, you just check the numbers. Road safety, why is this relevant? So actually the police has the right, when they're stopping you, they can query the owner of a specific vehicle, and this again functions via the X-Road and via the integration of police infrastructure with population registry infrastructure. Digital prescription, one of the big success stories in Estonia, that actually you don't need any paper prescriptions anymore to get your medication. And then we've also made a huge leap towards cross-border unified data exchange, meaning that data doesn't necessarily, or my data that is in Estonian records might also be relevant for other European Union member states' data information systems, so that actually data with the help of interoperability platforms can actually move across borders. And this, just a brief thing, these are the 6 factors that you need, that our clients have always considered important, right? That architecture is distributed, it's centrally governed, it's scalable, it's based on solid research work, it has a focus on security and privacy, and it's globally implemented. And then here is how this technology actually works for them, how it integrates with their legal systems, and how it allows for efficient services. It generates, interoperability platforms generate new business value, reduce organization costs, technical risks, and there's a transparency of data usage thanks to this technology. So this is what I wanted to talk to you. That is what I wanted to address. And then later on, we also have time to discuss this in our breakout session.
Thank you so much, Tobias. Now I see that there are quite lively discussion already going on in Zoom. There are questions for you, Great. What I will ask. I have to say that I'm very happy actually that that you brought out in the end of your presentation these kind of practical end users things, that what he can get from this interoperability platform, from digital solutions, using the digital identity, that what are the practical effects what they're getting from there. I think that was like very good and building the picture, let's say. But the question what came is that the government agencies have the very, let's say, the different technical level. They are in the different technical maturity, and they have also different financial resources. So when we speak about the interoperability, then how to overcome from this situation, and what are the recommendations that how to then be sure that everything is, let's say, properly in an equal level to build up?
So I think the important thing here to consider, and also what we know from Estonia, that the interoperability platform in Estonia wasn't rolled out from the beginning to every single government agency, right? Step by step, gradually, they would be adopted, right? And this is and it continues to go this way, that it scales over time. So in that sense, the question that you asked is a very good question, and it's really a question that is that addresses the whole management perspective, really. How does a government manage the transformation into a digital society? And I believe that this always goes hand in hand with a lot of training efforts. It goes hand in hand with prioritizing. So where's the lowest hanging fruit? What is a government agency that actually is at a level right now, and another government agency that's at a similar level, and they start exchanging data among each other. And then you gradually go peer-to-peer. You go one pair by another in order to scale this infrastructure. So don't have the expectation of, just opening the book and setting up infrastructure, and this is ready for everyone to use, right? So rather have the expectations that we're scaling this gradually over time, and this is also from our experience what we have internationally. This is what we do with our clients.
Okay, so you spoke about the security. So the security servers adopt the same technical strategy for securing, but if not, how can security strategy be ensured to facilitate data integration?
So the important part really is that
when you're sharing it.
Yeah, the UX, the security servers, they are standardized, right? And they are managed by the different government agencies. They allow for the government agencies' databases to be integrated, and they specify what data sets are exchanged. So obviously the security servers, they are being updated, they are monitored. So there is, they just need to be maintained securely.
Okay, so it means that every institution has their own database, but the exchange can come through the...
Exactly. So in that sense, a security server doesn't necessarily, not every entity needs to have their own security server. It really is a question about how many requests, how many transactions need to be processed. And based on this, you determine whether you have your own security server, whether you share a security server with another government with another government agency, and then the security server is the gateway. So this allows for the incoming query to query data from a specific government agency.
Actually, the next question is going on from the same topic. Okay. That is it possible to say that which security level is needed for e-governance?
Well, I mean, I think when we're talking about, we're having this discussion in 2021. We're not having it in 2000, right? So obviously, this has evolved over time, and right now we have improved security awareness. We need to be aware of the cybersecurity risks. So actually, in Estonia, the whole digital information system infrastructure has gone hand in hand with the Estonia-specific information security standard, which is again something that is being developed, looking to other nations around the world. What are they focusing on? So this is I think I haven't stressed this before, but the whole thing is an ongoing process, right? Mm-hmm. So it's not like we build a digital society and this is how it's going to be for the next 15 years. But it's more like we're building a digital society which continuously evolve, which means that we continuously need to be aware about the changing security landscape.
Yeah, couldn't agree more. We actually have one question or comment from Zoom. So I'm glad to invite to speak Mr. Bassau. Please. Sorry.
Do you listen to me? Hello?
So, yeah. It takes a little bit time.
Hello.
Hello.
I would like to thank you for your presentation. I'm Mr. Basso from the Ministry of Statistics and Digitalization. And my question is, what is your approach about the legacy, how to integrate the legacy systems in your politics, in your disease politics?
Thank you.
So, so talking about our interoperability platform, then this is actually, so there are different technological solutions in order to integrate different databases of different providers. So there's a certain flexibility there, but obviously, again, this needs to be addressed at a strategic level. How do we manage legacy systems? So what I was talking about right now is an interoperability platform, right? This platform facilitates interoperability, but it doesn't solve the issue of legacy problems. So this is something that strategically needs to be addressed. What are the resources available? What are the priorities in order to make use of these interoperability platform technology, really? So in Estonia, just to give an example from Estonia, there is, I think, in some piece of Estonian legislation, I don't remember the law or regulation, there's basically a no legacy clause that actually information systems, they need to be renewed in a specific time span. I think it's 11 years in Estonia. But then again, this is a law, right? How does this look in practical steps? Then I think the fact that you're raising this question already shows that you're aware of the issues. So you need to strategically address how do you want to improve that, or how want you, yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Thank you. Maybe it's like very good to end our discussion with this kind of very practical examples. Is it possible to bring out what are the economic impact of interoperability platform?
So I think if you're taking the Estonian example, then we can say that on average about 1,000 working years are being saved thanks to the information interoperability platform that we have, and this is based on a simple calculation that we can hardly say what the economic impact is, because this has become such an integral part of how we do things in Estonia that we can hardly measure it. But obviously on the population side, as soon as registries are standardized, as soon as services are standardized in some regard, you save a lot of time, you save a lot of resources, really, in making use of this technology.
Actually, still the one last question coming from the Zoom. So as you see, the topic it's very interesting for the people. They can't end up. How about the role of information system auditing? That do you have like more clear view in this challenge questions in interoperability?
So the great part about the interoperability dimension really here is that we have a platform that allows for the different information systems to talk to each other, but the information always remains one specific information system, right? So the auditing can take place in the government agencies themselves that are exchanging data, but then you also have the monitoring logs of the governing authority. So there's a lot of logs, there's a lot of log files in that regard that can be audited, and processes that can be audited in the specific fields. So there is obviously this is high on the agenda, and in Estonia you have the whole infrastructure really being supervised by respective government agencies as well. So it's the Information Systems Department, it's the Data Protection Inspectorate that is looking into these things, but then also more technical audits taking place as well. Yes.
Thank you, Tobias. So for those who still have questions regarding the interoperability and all those topics, then we will have also the breakout session regarding that topic, and you can go more deep in. in that matter. So please, this will be after our next presenter, but our next topic will be, I can say that, extremely important. Because we can build very cool e-governance systems and very cool e-governance solutions, but nothing doesn't matter there if people don't know how to use them, if they don't have the right skill set to use the digital solutions. And now we will start to speak about the digital skills, that having the right set of skills and how to bring it out, what can be the practical examples, how to improve the skills among the citizens in order to start to really get out the most from the e-services. For that, I'm very happy to invite to the stage Mr. Ansild and Mr. Tanel Keres.
Your Excellencies, dear colleagues, participants, Doris mentioned that this is one of the most important topics today and tomorrow. I would like to stress that this is the most important topic. Digital competencies, skilled specialists, skilled people, these develop the results. And if we look at Estonian examples or examples all around the world, we see that whatever development in a digital society or using technology in different industries, whatever the result, wherever the result is, it has before had clear competence developments in these sectors. So digitally skilled specialists and skilled people is the cornerstone, and I would like to bring out these two links to YouTube also, where you can have a general view how this agenda can be developed in Algeria also. The digital skills, it is for all of us. 100% of our people are influenced by that. All non-IT specialists, we all must have the basic skills. We need clear, highly skilled IT specialists, professionals. And definitely we need the managers who set the whole picture, the smart customers. And it all must work out as a good, coherent picture, like a Tetris. So all these parts must make a holistic result together. The first question is really, why digital competencies? As I said, all the digital innovation and all the results for the society also, they derive from the competencies. So really, building the skills will result also in innovation and also in developments for the society. The first question is, what are really the skills what we should develop? And the first, the most general one is the basic digital skills for all of citizens. We know that most probably we will never reach the 100%, but the bigger percent we reach with the digital skills, the more effective it is for the society, for all the participants also. What are the basic digital skills? And here the Universal International DigComp model, DigComp skills model, is a good model where to start. And it brings out the 5 subdivisions of the basic digital skills: information and data literacy, communication and collaboration, digital content creation, cybersecurity, and problem solving, of course, also. And you may distinguish a bit between the skills needed by us as a citizen, using the e-services, being engaged in everyday life of our community or our society. These may differ a bit from the skills needed at workplace, but in principle, all these 5 must be taught and should be known on a decent, good level by as big part of our society as possible. The next skills, more high-level digital skills. IT specialists, of course. We know a lot, very different upcoming skills that are needed. This picture changes daily, and there is a constant race keeping these skills up in the society. And what systems we can develop and support and implement, it depends on the specialists. But not just IT skills for IT specialists. All the other professions, and today there's almost no profession that is untouched by technology. All the other professions need digital skills as well. Starting with teachers, we know from the last year, and of course healthcare, and you name it, what field of economy there is. And the last, but in some sense the most important part here is the managers, the smart customers skills. Those who really build the strategies, set the goals, what the technology must do. And the good results depend mostly and utmost from the good management, from the good IT development and IT strategy management. It doesn't depend so much on the implementation, but more from the strategic management. So let's look a bit deeper how to define and how to tackle the ICT specialist skills, as this is a so complex area, and there can be so many different pictures. What has helped Estonia a lot is that there is an international developed by EU European e-competence framework. A framework where all the competencies that result in any IT profession or in any IT complex competence consists of. And the IT skills, IT competencies may be divided into 5 competence areas and up to 40 competencies, and that's the whole picture. These are on different levels of education, on the vet and novice level, ending up on master's and doctorate level. So using such a framework can help and helps a lot in building up any curricula on ICT specialist training list. Looking now at the holistic picture with the basic skills, the specialist skills, and the management skills. How we develop, through which channels we teach or provide such training. In the idealistic world, there are the green matrix parts. That, of course, the basic skills should be taught in general education, and when we finish our 9-year primary school, then we should have all these. And then on the vocational and higher education, we should get the higher skills, IT professionals or IT skills for other professions or management skills. This is the idealistic picture that, of course, we hope to achieve. But if we start from scratch, as we have all started and must start, that's not so. What Estonian example has shown, and also around the world, that you can't build such a holistic picture and getting the formal education level curricula right at once. There are different initiatives in all the countries that have built the digital society that are in different, that have different target groups, have different digital skills they address, and also on different educational complexity levels. And in all countries, it has been a more focused, initiative-led approach. That we start here, there, and third place, we pick the best low-hanging fruit and develop the skills step by step. What have been the big initiatives in Estonia? We started almost exactly 25 years ago with a Tiger Leap Foundation, which was the digitalization initiatives for having internet in every school in Estonia. All these initiatives I show here and on the next slides have tried to reach the countrywide level, engaging public sector, engaging private sector, companies, also definitely third sector, NGO initiatives. So almost all these have been a nationwide attempt to digitalize, to find places where digitalization would help. Look at World Foundation was an initiative which brought together leaders from different sectors, trying to find what would be the most beneficial initiatives to develop digital skills. And it ended up with two initiatives. One was Look at World Training, that addressed more than 100,000 people all around Estonia. And as we have 1.3 million, it's about 7% of our workforce, so a really significant initiative. And the second initiative was to start real heavy ICT digitalization in general education, building IT solution for our schools, e-school as we call it, and Tanel Keres will be talking about this initiative in short time. Come Along is a retraining initiative launched just a couple of years ago, a retraining program where we retrain non-IT people into junior software developers in less than 4 months. Some more initiatives. IT Academy, a special initiative engaging formal education, our Ministry of Education and Technology, and IT sector companies. to develop the IT education and IT curricula in our universities. Clearly focused what we should do with our curricula in all our universities teaching ICT professionals. Everything is IT. Our host today, ITL, has quite a large-scale IT popularization program for youngsters, visiting schools, bringing students and professionals into schools, showing what the digitalization means, what an IT professional is, and what is the good sides and interesting sides of an IT profession. Now, let's go to more specific examples. What have been the initiatives that have shown useful in Estonia? How really you train 100,000 people or more? Everybody says right away, okay, it's e-learning, but it's not for those who start their first steps with the computer. Then it remains like face-to-face, but 100,000 face-to-face people to reach, it's a really heavy target. Mentored learning, using prepared materials that can be gone through individually, using headphones in a classroom surroundings and supported by mentors or lecturers to whom you can turn with a question or for help anytime, has been a really successful format how to provide quickly and for a really large audience IT trainings. All kinds of initiatives. Of course, classroom trainings work today still, and they are the main tool to reach those who do the first steps in their IT training. Large auditorium presentations in conjunction with other events. Counseling, training desks at different points in tax departments where people go to deliver their taxes. E-bus is here an example and a picture of an initiative. Really, there was a classroom in a bus, and the bus went around Estonia to fairs, to public parking places, to shopping centers, and it was extremely popular. The elderly people are usually the hardest to reach. And they're all around the world, the youngsters, their younger generations have been the channel to reach these target groups. It's very important to show and define what are the so-called killer applications. Where is really the target group's interest? In what topics? In what solutions really they find the best results, what they are interested in. And for elderly people, definitely if they have internet access, then it's connecting with their younger generations. Getting also the companies' interests, whether they are the banks, whether they are the telecom companies. The first Estonian biggest initiative, Look at World, it was initiated by our banks and telecom. They really financed it by themselves because it was of great interest, of business interest to them. If people go to e-banking, if they start to use internet, there's clearly a business benefit. And they could be very interested in providing such trainings or engaging freelancers for that training. The challenges for Estonia and for Algeria remain the same. It's still the digital literacy. It is different how many still illiterate people we have in Estonia and Algeria, but it is the same question. We address the same target groups. Lacks of systematic approach throughout the levels of formal education. This is a really big Tetris puzzle that must be addressed every day. Here is a list of the initiatives that should be done and must be done in every country. Here is also a list of some we find most useful links to resources where we have described also our initiatives. And one topic you can't neglect is general education. ICT in general education and ICT for general education. E-school, what I mentioned, what Tanel Keres will be talking about, is such a solution for Estonian general education for our schools. And please, Tanel, will you describe that?
Thank you, Ants, for a short introduction. And yes, my name is Tanel Keres, and I represent the company called eSchool. And I would even start from a little bit from a broader view and ask the question that what is the purpose of a country for a citizen? And I think that the most important things here are that everyone, every person, every citizen should have the possibility for self-realization and also possibility to access the education. I'm also giving some examples from Estonia, and on a later stages I will also describe a little bit about the lower level, like the school level situation here in Estonia. But now, talking about Estonia, here we have the education as everyone's fundamental right, and it is free for moving from one level to another. So there is no obstacles, so you can start from the kindergarten level and then end up in a university level. Now the question is how to improve the level of education. So the main thing is that you can improve something that you can measure. And there are definitely a lot of things or possibilities to evaluate and measure education. For example, we can say the international ones like PISA or PIAAC or TALIS. These are the most common international assessment programs. And you perhaps have heard that Estonia is on the very top of PISA results in the world, #1 in Europe, and among 3 first in the world. Another possibility to measure education is on a national level. And what you need for that is the data. And the data has to be accurate, reliable, and operational. You have to trust it, and you have to get it whenever you need. Another possibility is to make surveys like satisfaction surveys, or you make forms like answer the questions, surveys, and so on and so on. And based on this information, you can also make decisions how to move forward and what is the situation for you at the moment. So in Estonia, we we use the data, which is also operational, which is always available, and we call it the Estonian Education Info System. On the other hand, which is the governmental database, and also the education data warehouse, where you can also query data on schools, their results, and so on and so on. And this is, everything is available for everyone here in Estonia. So this is a public information. Now, what are the benefits for the state from educational data? I have listed some things here. For example, you can ensure if or you can find out if students go to school and what is the level of students who attend school or who goes to school, who are not skipping or basically not going into school. What else you can find out regarding this operational data is that how many schools do you need? What is the optimal school network? Where the schools have to be situated? The next thing, which is very, very important and crucial, is the school funding. Because based on the number of students in the classroom, so how many students are in the classroom for one teacher? Again, how many lessons one teacher gives per week, per month? Another thing, are there any duplicate students in the system which you have to fund? Or what kind of curricula these students are attending? These are all the important information for making right decisions regarding funding. Let me just make an example that in the first grader and the 12th grader, they have different curricula. They have a different number of subjects they have to go through. And you cannot fund or finance those students the same way. You have to differentiate them. But if you don't have the data, it's very, very hard to do. And another big thing would be the changes in the labor market, which definitely takes place all the time. And the state should follow those changes to provide labor what is actually needed on the labor market. And as I already told, the data has to be operational, reliable, and it has to be available at the moment when it is needed. So when we are moving towards the data creation, the school management system is the backbone of the school in Estonia. So every school in Estonia is having a school management system, and the data that is creating with that system is sent to governmental registries, and this information is operational, as I already told, and it can be used as a platform for making decisions, which are crucial. In Estonia, we are providing e-kool as a school management system. What it does is that we are supporting students. They get all the information through this system, and all the information is a digital way. It is added only once, so there is actually no duplicate work for any person involved. Why it is good? It is also good that the information exchange between school and home is very fast. All the information is shared, and involving parents is also the most crucial issue, because if you don't include them there, the problems might escalate. So as you know, it takes the whole village to raise the kid. So parents have to be involved in any step. So as in Estonia, we have school management systems, and then we also have the learning management system. And the learning management system is a rather content, and the school management system is the, let's say, administration side. We call the school management system as the backbone of the school, because this is the channel between home and school, which can be used by different learning management systems as well. So a couple of words about e-kool. As Ants Sild already told, e-kool was an initiative from the Look at the World, and it was a program or project from that initiative. And what I would like to add in a comment is that this Look at the World initiative and the Tiger Leap initiative, these are very crucial things here, because if you have computers in the school and you don't have any solution to use it for, then those computers will not be used at all. And this is just a waste of time and money. But if you have some solution available, then and schools start to use it, at least for some things, this is already the first step, which is the most hardest one, and it just goes better and better from there. So yes, now talking about e-kool, or it means e-school. Kool means school in English. This is a school management system which includes different modules in there for communication, for grading, for attendance, and so on and so on. So it includes all the relevant parties into one system. So everyone will see the information that is meant for them. Like a student can see only his or her information. Parent can see all the students' information, whether she or he have one, two, or many kids. Teacher can see all the information or add all the information that is needed for them. Adding homeworks, lesson descriptions, it reaches the students and parents right away. So school can get a lot of reports, and teacher doesn't have to create them manually anymore. The information what we have in the system are basically the grades, attendance, file sharing, materials, timetable planning, and so on and so on. And of course, reports, which are also available for local governments to make those important information. So, or important decisions based on the information that is there. Here are the most important outcomes, what we are most proud of, that teachers, what they have said to us is that they have cut their administrative time in half, saving up to 45 minutes per day, which they can use for teaching students. There has been a significant drop of skipping students. We see like it's 30% in 5 years, but as e-kool is, we started in 2002, so almost 18 years, we can see that the rate is even like 90-95%, because everyone, parents know that you are absent and problems won't escalate and all the problems will be solved quickly. And as I told, parents are involved in the learning process and they can check the grades and homeworks and attendance and basically know what is going on in school. So the approach is rather to share the information right away and not make like parents' meetings once or twice a year, and between those meetings the problems will escalate. But our approach is to share all the information right away, so all the problems can be solved on the early stages. And here are some suggestions and recommendations from me for you, because we have went through a long journey, and it's always wise to learn from others' mistakes than make them the makes themselves. So some things I would sum up here. Collaboration between school and national systems, automatic data flow. So what the idea is that the data that is generated on the school level should arrive on the national level for authorities who are the decision makers. Use of data standards, compatibility between schools and countries. It means that if one school uses one information system and another school uses something else, it still has to be unified somewhere or aggregated somewhere so that the decisions can be made and the overall summary can be created. Next thing, you have to start from the school level, because this is the level where the data is created. If there is nothing on the school level, then it's very hard to move forward. Because if you ask from schools to create some report and you create a report, it's already old, because time flies. Now, we also see that national registries are very important, and we here in Estonia use this bottom-up approach. So schools create the data and move it for or add it to the national registry. And just a couple of things: use of data for financing, for school networking, teacher qualifications, and things like that. It's very important, and you cannot, well, the first step has to be done, and which is very important thing is there is no point to collect data that is not used. So I would close my presentation with that, and if you have some questions, then I'm definitely happy to answer them.
Thank you so much, Tanel. So as the Ants is coming also to the stage for the questions, but I will just continue with you. As I am one of the happy users of eSchool in everyday life, maybe in some points my children are not so happy about it, because I get the real-time information always about the tests, about the grades and so on. But okay, this is the situation in Estonia. But let's say that, do you have also a similar samples or implementations in other countries?
Yes, thank you. We are actually piloting the system currently in Kenya and also in Ghana. We have tried it or started some pilots also in Ivory Coast and also Rwanda. And we definitely see that the solution is useful and fits the market. So we are definitely open for all the other countries as well, especially for Algeria as well.
Thank you. So, but I see that there are lots of questions in Zoom. It means that the topic, as I told in the beginning, that it is very important, that we can have all the services, but if the skills are not there, then it's hard anything to do. And one of the main things what I see coming there through the questions is regarding that with whom all the digital skills trainings and all these examples are done, who should be responsible, who should be, and let's say who can support or who will finance all this. So all these examples, what we spoke here about, what you spoke on, all these trainings and who implemented these activities and how these activities were financed, who should be the leader there and how to finance all these activities.
The most important thing is to get as wide coalition, as wide set of partners as possible. If you define already the target group, if it's the general public, then you also can define who are the partners who would be interested. like banks using e-banking, like telecom, like, of course, government using e-services, etc. They can finance it also. Then who can deliver? There's also a question that how really was delivered the 100,000 people training. And that was delivered mostly through local general schools. We had more than 500 teachers from the schools using the same classrooms that daily were used for pupils trainings. Most of the schools already had by that time computer classes. There were IT teachers, also math and physics teachers who were really capable of providing such training. We used the classrooms out of school time in the evenings, the same teachers, and it became also cost effective. If the question is about the cost, if you think how much face-to-face training could cost today, it's one price. But if you think that you will do such trainings for 100,000 people, then we received the level that was 5 times lower. The average price, the cost of one student for these 100,000 people was under 20 euros. Of course, it depends on the cost level of each country. But really, you can build it very efficiently, building a good network. Estonia didn't receive significant outside financing until recent years of EU support funding. So funding for these resources was found inside Estonia. I would say mostly, I would think half and half from the public sector, from the government budget, and from private sector.
So what was the main motivation from the private sector to be also involved in this kind of activities and also finance it?
After the training, the bank said quite publicly it was most cost effective. It was the most cost effective initiative they have done for years, because that ended up in e-banking, much quicker services, not so big need for offices. Also telecom, and definitely there are private sponsors who see that this is an important part for the whole country.
So basically what we did here with the public and private sector cooperation, that in order to start to use something like e-school, for example, then we have to teach people how to use it, how it's like useful for them. Then also the benefit comes back to the private sector for the public sector. And
e-school was definitely initially financed by private sponsors.
Yes, exactly.
After that, only the government came with some funding.
With some funding, but it's still a private initiative, yeah.
Okay. So, yeah, it's always the question why I asked also from you that where else you have done the e-school and this kind of things is that it's always easy to say that, yeah, you have here 1.3 million and you did a training for 100,000. But now we speak about Algeria and there is like 44 million people.
You eat elephant bite by bite in every country. So you have much larger possibility of scale. So I'm not sure it's much harder in a bigger country. It is the same, but at the same time, also your gains are much bigger. Mm-hmm. Of course, getting a nationwide public attention might be easier in a smaller country. because building the interest around such initiatives, that is a critical topic. Yes, definitely.
Okay, what you also mentioned, I think very well, that let's say the actual cost per person isn't so high when you already have the program and when you're having the initiative in place.
Exactly, and then it's more the complexity of the administration, how you administer all these 100,000 and all these teachers. But that's a technical question that can be handled much easier.
Actually, I have one more, like a technical question. I don't know to which one of you it is. What kind of application should be used to train in order to have the digital skills? Is it possible, like, to speak about applications, or?
Absolutely. The easiest. What are the killer applications for these target groups? What services they need, and start with the easiest. We know that people learn if they start to use the application soon after. So we start with internet, we start with reading newspapers, we start with social media, we start with basic e-services like e-banking. And whatever there is, then we already go to the workplace, start with open office, office applications, what really the target group would be interested to use. Okay. And start from the very basics, from the very beginning.
Okay. Whereas the gain is the biggest.
Yep. Okay, so when we speak about e-services, then we also like have to learn how to, I don't know, fill taxes online or so on.
Exactly, and the filling the tax declaration was a killer application. If you had to queue in the office for hours to present it, and then you could do it online, that was such a gain.
Yeah.
So find such kinds of such kinds of applications, or also build such easy applications through what to sell the skills also. Sell in a good sense. Okay,
thank you. I have one question for you. You mentioned already a little bit in this discussion, like e-school, and it's a private and publicly. And now the question, what we have on Zoom is that, what is the business model of e-school? That could you explain that?
Yeah, the business model is basically well, schools are paying for the services because they also see that they can actually benefit for it. And this is the one version from, let's say, invoice or invoicing schools. But the other thing is that if you have the user base already, you can start also providing some additional services. For example, some commodity services for parents, let's say some additional notifications, things like that, and so on and so on. So yes, we are selling our services to schools because, and then what is the benefit for school? They don't have to buy any paper anymore. And they can actually save the money, the paper money. They can use it for other things, among other things, also to our services.
Thank you. Dear participants, now we have again time for the breakout sessions. The breakout session topics will be the ones what you heard now in the last two sessions. Firstly, then one breakout session is about the digital skills. We continue with the digital skills topic in this room here. So you don't have to go anywhere if you are interested about the digital skills. But if you want to go on and speak more about the interoperability topics, what Tobias was speaking before, then please, you see in the chat the link, and then please go to that chat room. I'm reminding you that during the breakout sessions, all microphones are under your own control. It means that you can unmute yourself, answer, participate actively in the discussions. And we will be back here after 30 minutes.
Dear all, thank you for coming to our breakout session. And the topic is building digital skill strategy for Algeria. Maybe achieving a skill strategy during this short session is a bit too much. But I would like to do an introduction saying that if we focus on the possible initiatives, the most important initiatives in digital skills development, and define what these priority initiatives could be, that would be already a good result. If you allow me to do a short introduction, and then I look forward to your feedback, if that's a good way to go forward. And of course, at all time, all questions, also live questions through microphones are most welcome. So, as we said, even an elephant is eaten bite by bite. And certainly, we must have a long-term strategy, how all this Tetris in total works out. But we do it step by step through initiatives. And the question to start with, or what really got also our Estonian people kicked off was, what are the most interesting and most promising skills development initiatives? The topic 4 on the slide. What initiatives to launch? Where we could gain most? Where we find the drivers for change that would be interesting for the countries? That would be the topic to think about. These initiatives mean that we must understand what are the skills we focus on, what are the target groups, if they are general public, which segment of general public, if they are youngsters, pupils from general schools, if they are IT students. And then what could be the initiatives where we could have enough public engagement and partner interest. So the holistic picture of that, what I said in a visual format is here. The green circles, the different target groups, for whom we do it all. What skills, what are the applications through which to teach IT, digital skills. And let us think of the applications just as of interesting tools. If a person learns his first useful tools, then he will learn the next ones also. So that is the why. And then who could be the partners in implementation, in financing, also the social leaders, the leaders in the society, with the help of whom to sell these ideas, to promote these ideas. And the important thing is that wherever you start generating the good initiative ideas, you must go through it all and then form it as a digital skills development program or project or initiative. So, what I would like to focus, is to define 1 to 3 priority initiatives. And after this 20-25 minutes we have remained, then I would ask one or a couple of you to tell the other group what you've been discussing. So I would say that it's totally okay for me, and I would even prefer that if you do it in your own language and discuss in your own group, it would be most probably much quicker. If you have any questions, please ask them from me. I will be glad to answer. But the idea is to generate such priority initiatives for skills development for Algeria. And for that, you would have to think through 3 questions. What skills? If it's citizen general skills, what could be really the interesting applications, fields of use? If the critical topic is the second one, IT specialist skills, how to address these is then the next question. And most probably these 2 are the most important. But of course, on the background, there are IT management skills for public sector, also for top management of public sector, to be a smart customer. Estonia had also a good initiative. We had a project, training project for all IT managers of all public sector institutions. All the ministries, all the departments, all different administrative units sent their IT manager or 2, 3 top IT management people to a general skills training, IT management skills training. What are the priorities here? And then the next question, for whom? Which would be then the more specific target groups, thinking about how to address these segments. What's the age? Where are they situated? Most probably it would be quite difficult to do it at once all Algeria-wide. We should most probably pick up some regions. What would be really their background, what they do for work, because that also says what their applications for use would be. If we can address them through some other groups they belong to, local communities, their habits, their places they visit or address. And then clearly the third one, how really to put that all together? What would be the partners? That would be my idea for the breakout session. Please, if you have questions, or please start discussing and exchanging ideas, what would be the important things for Algeria? Please, who would like to start and give your views on what's the most important things for Algeria to develop skills.
Yes, please, go ahead. We can see the hand already, so please.
I present myself. I'm Mr. Belader Sahnoun, Director of Government Institution. Represent vocational and training, educational training. It's very important. This part is very important part of workshop, as we are, as I said, a government institution. We are actor to form young people in ICT fields, like data center administration, multi-platform developing application, and administration of cloud computing and virtualization. So to respond or to answer these questions, like priorities and from home, we are an institution to form young people, and we have partners. Those partners explain their priorities to form and they ensure they are adaptation with training and markets work. My question is, if you can tell us the contribution of training young people to develop digitalization project. Thank you.
You can repeat once more the question part?
Can you tell us about your exploration? The contribution of training young people.
Training new people, yes.
In the digitalization project on ICT fields.
Maybe I will then give a short comment from my side. The idea is that when we are talking about young people, then it's definitely the school where we also start educating them, and regarding and another part was the equipment, as I understand. Another part was the equipment, as I understand. And what I would like to say here is that equipment itself is not it's not like enough if you don't have the services where you can experience them or try them out and where you can use them. You just forget all the things that you have learned. It's almost the same like with mobile phones. If you start using the applications, you won't forget them. But if you just lose it or let it go, then you probably don't have any you forget all the features that you have there. And in our case, there was the initiative, what was also mentioned by Ants, was this Tiger Leap initiative, where the president, what we had, or he was actually the Minister of Foreign Affairs, initiated a program, the Tiger Leap program, where all the schools actually got computer classes and the internet connection. So it was like a big project. And as e-goal was also starting to provide the services at the same time, those computers actually found some usage. Otherwise, we had the joke that the CD tray, what just came out from the computer, was used for a coffee cup. So there was no, let's say, programs to run on the computer. So it was used for other reasons, for other things. But maybe that is the short comment from my side. Maybe Ants, you would like to add something.
And definitely in any bigger initiative implementing a new service or a new IT solution, thinking already ahead, what are the needed skills and building the right atmosphere and environment for using these new applications is of critical importance. So it must go hand in hand, and we have had serious drawbacks of such approach, where the solution is implemented, the service is in place, but nobody uses as the promotion and the training has not been enough.
Yes, for information, we are a new government institution in training and educational, vocational and educational training, and we are an example to answering this. I can answer for this questions. For example, partners we have, and for example, partners we are we create our government creates, our ministry create our institution with partners in ICT and telecommunication domain specialties, priorities, ICT management manager and citizens. If you want, I
Sorry, there is an echo out here. Yeah, sorry. Yeah, please go.
No, it's fine. Please continue with the question. Yes, please.
I continue. For example, priorities, we have to form a group of citizens in third secondary school. Citizens who have third secondary school. And we form them to hire technician.
Okay, so did I understand?
In ICT specialties and telecommunications.
So did I understand correctly that your idea is basically use the students of the school this is actually a very good idea, because this is the group of people who actually can actually get the information the fastest way, let's put it this way, and can share it the most effectively. Yes. This is, I guess, this is a very, very good idea. And you have the students all over the country, and you can use them in a very wide, let's say, in different regions, for sure. Yes. Thank you. Yes. So, does anyone else have some ideas and comments? Please share. Yes, please.
Hello. Hello.
Yes, please.
Yes.
Yes.
Yes, yes.
Je souhaite donner mon point de vue. Je suis enseignant universitaire.
I'm a university professor in a computing school, a school of engineers. And according to me, on a short term, we should do an effort in continuous training. So the engineers, I mean, we would do a mapping of the engineers who are working for the government, and very quickly we should implement a continuous training for the managers, for the decision makers on the short run. And on the middle term, we should foster the time schedule devoted to training in schools. And in other terms, we could ask the universities to increase their citizen actions. I mean, taking more training hours. So that way we would increase the average or the participation of the citizens that would improve their basic skills. The problems we face in Algeria is that the populations of specialists that are necessary to accompany this digital transformation, we are lacking of specialists. We need to motivate these young trainers so we can succeed within this program of digital transformation.
Yes, I would very much, sorry, yeah.
And we should also foster this public and private partnership to foster these competencies.
I want to very much agree with your statement and view on the topic. Definitely, universities teaching ICT is the fundamental resource. And there are clearly two sides of the most important digitalization. One is the basic skills for general public, and the other is IT specialists. And universities should take the leading role here. Engage the companies, engage the employers, together really find out what are the biggest lacking skills. Using competence model, really with the public sector, but also with the private sector. They might be a bit different, but define clearly the most important skill areas, and then build continuous education. Clearly, one topic is IT management, also on the strategic level, as the managers buying IT, then also managing the development. Then definitely there are specific IT specialist areas that need addressing. And one topic I would also like to stress is the IT skills of IT specialists in public sector. Those who really are responsible in public sector IT development, developing the e-services, etc. They would need a continuous ongoing training and support. What are the best initiatives? What architecture models to follow here in Algeria? So that would need continuous involvement of universities also. I very much agree that this is a priority topic for all countries. But we have used our time. Thank you. And in our returning to our general room, I don't think we have sum up to do, but please comment your, Mr. Komari also comment your idea and the others. Please put forward your ideas for priority initiatives for Algeria. Thank you very much. It's been a pleasure.
And welcome you back all. So we have now some final words before we can end up the day. It was a very good, interesting breakout sessions. I sadly had a chance to only listen one of them, but in order to get the overview, what was happening in the other breakout session, then firstly, let's start with you, Tobias. About what you were speaking, and is there any kind of conclusions?
Yeah, so I think I'd pass the word right away to Tajadin to say a few words about what we've done, and then maybe I have a few more things to add.
Very good. Welcome. Yes.
Okay, so we talked about data exchange systems, or platform which government administration can exchange data. Mr. Larkham of the Minister of the Interior gave us who are the Algerian administrations actually currently exchanging data with the register. I was surprised and really I was surprised that and also delighted that there were a lot of administration that are exchanging data with the Interior Ministry. We also talked about the cyber attack in Estonia and how to avoid it. That's what we talked about.
Okay. Do you have any adding?
Yeah, maybe just one thing that I also try to emphasize is like the whole interoperability technology, the platform is something that you scale, right? So it's something that grows over time. It grows in sophistication and it relies on strong collaboration between the public and the private sector as well.
Okay. So do you have any addings here, or this is like the main conclusions from two of you? No? Okay. That's good. Thank you. And here we spoke about the digital skills, continue to topic that, and I understand that this is like a very large topic and there are so many different target groups and so on. But what were the main like things what were discussed here?
We understood that building a general strategy is quite long-term and it will consist of different initiatives. So it is important to find these initiatives and start going. As a discussion, we mainly went into formal education, vocational schools and universities, and definitely their role can't be underestimated. They are the most important drivers of this all. And we reached some good thoughts on the university level. Mr. Komari, would you comment a bit on that?
Yes.
Bonjour. Donc, nous avons donc parlé dans la session sur la stratégie.
We talked about the strategy in order to adopt a set of priorities. Personally, I realized that one of the short-term priorities from our perspective, it is to map as quick as possible all the ICT competences and skills that are needed, that we need from a governmental perspective. We'll need to map them all in order to know what are the projects that are implemented today. But also, from a short-term perspective, we need an ongoing training system to train the IT managers for the population to know what are the nowadays projects. And also on a midterm perspective, we need to get it on board the different universities as well as the schools aiming at improving the training for citizens and the whole set of students in our country. Therefore, in the next years to come, we need to increase the amount of hours devoted to training and also to make citizens to know how web works and so on and so forth. And in our school, we thought that it would be great to have a citizen action to offer new trainings aiming at citizenship and beyond school. We need to make a common effort. We need to have all the same viewpoint. We need to share these private and public partnerships to boost the role of trainers and also to motivate much more all the citizens to get on board. That's all we discussed in our breakout session, which is without any doubt a very important topic. Thank you.
Thank you. And we didn't have time to hear all our participants who were eager to say the word. So please now, if you have initiatives in your head that have not been mentioned yet, please, all the participants of our breakout session, now the floor is yours. Please go forward. I hope somebody has some good initiatives in addition to what we have discussed.
Actually, as long as we see that somebody raises the hand and wants to be involved, on that time I had the chance to look the chat of the digital skills breakout session.
Yes.
And I have to say, it was very heartwarming to see and read there that what Algerian people, participants were written. Like, for example, one thing was that Estonian come to Algeria. We have to do the collaborative curriculum or program there, and then start to do in order to start to deal with digitalization. That let's do the joint school, and so it was very heartwarming to read that part. Thank you all for that.
And all the joint efforts using, stealing in good sense, all the best practices from all around the world, that's the most useful path to go.
Okay. If you don't have any more other comments, then I thank you, Tobias and Ants. All the participants for your information. You will get all the presentations with all these useful links there and everything. We will put them up in one environment and share it with you after the workshop. But for conclusions of today's, I hope you had a very interesting day. And as today we spoke more about, let's say, the key enablers of the digitalization path, how to start it, what are the main things about what you have to think, then tomorrow we will speak about the legal framework in the digital society, and we will have two very practical panel discussions about the practical example of public services, different kind of digital public services, and about how to create the best business environment. The practical examples what citizens and businesses can use different kind of digital solution in order the ease of doing the business. These are the topics for tomorrow. So thank you for being us today. You will receive an email where it's written the link for tomorrow's workshop. So definitely look in your emails. You will receive the new link, and see you all back here tomorrow.